All right. Good morning, people. How is the family doing? I can't help it. With that intro, you just got to start dancing. I can't believe I'm dancing, actually. Only on 3 hours sleep. You guys don't even want to know half of the story from last night. However, hold on. Let me see. Why is my face so red? I know I didn't sleep. That doesn't mean I got to be red. All right. Good morning, Pabloco. Jeffrey, how are you, my friend? Nana Ape, is this the final dip before the rip? What on as far as AMC? It's not that much of a dip, honestly. However, let's see where are we at with AMC. We will look at that. Hopefully, I mean, every day it's the dip before the rip, but that's not honestly that exotic. I don't think we are possibly due for any more dips. I'll show you guys that on the charts today and show you why it's extremely hard to actually get us further. That's why I honestly think that this last thing that we had to go through with the court hearing and this debacle, this is the final nail. It'll either be the final nail in their coffin or the final nail in somebody else's coffin. But hopefully it's not ours. Belligerent ideas. There we go. We can't start the stream without you as well. Come on, we got a few more people missing. Where is Casey Hogg? Where is Steven? Let's go. Let's go. Get everybody in here. Where's all the family? Let's make some money. That's right. Now, of course, I'm super pumped. Only on 3 hours sleep, guys. And why might that be the case? You might ask yourself. Well, some of you might know. Yesterday, exactly 33 minutes before market close, I've alerted on the community tab and on Twitter. Whether you follow me here or there, you'd have seen the same message. I've alerted everyone that Netflix would be actually dumping in the after hours. The only source you could find was what I was giving you yesterday. Many places were looking to react to the news today, maybe perhaps the stock movement today and everything. But if you were able to see that, the crazy part is with Netflix, it was exactly 3 minutes, like literally prior to the initial move down, because it topped out at it was like around 485. 485 was the high. Yep, exactly. 485 on the dot. And leading up to the 485, that's when I made the post and I wrote these things. This is exactly what I was telling you guys from last week, leading into this week about Tesla and other plays like Netflix. You need to wait the first 3 days to see exactly leading up to the earnings, especially since it's after the market is closed. To see how the market induces, because there's always people that know what's happening, and therefore you'll see some sort of whale movement, that kind of either incorporate the price in, and believe it or not, the price was incorporated leading up to the earnings. So you might ask yourself a question. Well, AB, how did you know? It has nothing to do with the earnings. Believe it or not, family, nothing to do with the earnings. I did, of course, when I alerted you guys was before the market closed. Exactly 33 minutes. I actually have screenshots too. You guys might have seen it. Some of you in here might have seen it. Let me see. I might have it here to show you guys. Not that you guys don't believe AB, but it's important to see these things as we see them happening. But as you can see here, if you can see here, no, the light from the ring is not making it possible. You guys believe AB. Go back to the community tab and you'll see it there. I can't edit them out. I can't do nothing with it, especially on Twitter. I don't have a blue account. However, I did not obviously see any earnings because there's no earnings until after the market closes. That's when they were doing their thing. Now, for me, I was technically just looking only at AB technicals. AB technicals told him what they told him, and I made my prediction then. And I jumped into puts on the Netflix. Now, I can't lie, on Tesla, it was a bit too, like, almost 50-50, literally almost leading right to the end of the bell. However, it was more leaning toward the downside because they have already incorporated all the bullish action throughout this past week and this week. Now, does that mean it's over, it's going down and all that stuff? No. This just means that all the whales right now and the people who incorporated these earnings, they reacted ahead of time to these earnings, and now they're just profit collecting, and that's what you see happening today. It happened in the after hours, because if you look at it, the funny part is Netflix and Tesla, specifically Tesla, their earnings were not bad. Their earnings were actually wonderful in my humble opinion. They were great. Tesla's got so much cash. The only thing that went up was the revenue. If you remember, I told you guys that they would have the stupidest thing. They will have the greatest news, and the media will focus on, like some articles will focus on the stupidest of things, which is, oh, their cost of this went up because they're focusing on manufacturing. So when you're focusing on manufacture, of course your cost is going to go up, especially if you brought your prices of certain vehicles down. So it doesn't mean anything when you especially still have billions and billions of dollars on the side. You're working with solar, which solar is kind of dragging Tesla still because it's just flat. It's not too many people getting into it yet, but only the sky is higher from here on out. You also got they delivered a lot more, which a few weeks ago we got that report. All in all, everything went up. Their revenues went up. Everything just went up. And Netflix, same thing. It was no bad earnings. And that's why when you look, most of the times, why do I listen to the news, but mainly make my decision based on technicals at the end? It's because technicals will tell you what the news and the rumors will not confirm. If your technicals are correct and spot on, you'll be able to see it because the numbers do not lie and the data does not lie. Right now, I can't also lie to you guys. I am waiting. I see here on Netflix, it looks like it's like, it made its exotic move so far. I don't see necessarily a rebound as of yet. Maybe some retracement back to the 450 range eventually, but I see a little more downside than upside. Not too exotic. The move is made. Eventually, we're going to see this get filled from this point on out. The places to look right now, all the whales and everybody's looking at this as, okay, we finished, we had fun here, let's go to the next play. And here's where the next play is. We got some earnings still, of course, today. We got some banks, Capital One and a few others. We got Blackstone, one of the most insidious hedge funds in the country, in the globe. The CEO, or the past CEO of Blackstone, used to be the guy who actually created the BlackRock's guy, Larry Fink. Of course, they split a long time ago, but there's a lot of crazy story into that and past, so we're not going to go into that today. Today, we're going to be looking, I'm looking for this breakdown, the 450, 421 to the downside on the SPY with a little more strength. I want to see I want to see the bulls try to get it back and not get it before I can get in with my puts. Now, I do have some puts on it. I got out of my Netflix ones. There's no sense of being greedy. You're talking about like almost a $55 drop. And my puts were out of the money too, and they were due tomorrow. The premiums on Netflix and Tesla, but especially Netflix, is extremely high. So getting a few, you do not want to be caught on the opposite end of a rebound or a rebalance. So it was great. I'm happy with that. So if you listened, kudos. Hopefully yesterday, I was not giving any financial advice. Of course, I did say it was my prediction. I was willing to lose my money on the line. But if any of you out there seen the same thing or predicted the same thing, then please, if it's any YouTubers out there doing it exactly like that, let me know who they are, point me in the direction, and I would like to see them calling it out ahead of time, not after, or articulating on something and giving out an opinion afterwards. Because again, I feel like we got so many YouTubers who got opinions, but not many that actually give you results or show you stuff to learn from. We got so many people in the news and the media industry, people who are reporters now but act like financial investors or gurus. And this is what I'm saying. If you guys remember from a while back ago, and I always do this, I'm always challenging content creators and you as a viewer to always bring out the best of you for each other. So as a viewer, as a family member, whichever family it is that you're in, you're always supposed to hold them to the highest standards. And same thing for the content creators. If they get put, and if a content creator ever feels like they belong on a pedestal and they could just chill on a pedestal and not grow from there, then what's the point of doing it? The point is to always continuously keep growing, not necessarily just the portfolios, well, while that's what it's all about, but it's also about growing as an individual with your knowledge, with what you see, what you get accustomed to. But being the same every day, and look down the line a year, 2 years, 3 years later, and it's still the same without extra new knowledge added, obviously that's majorly wrong. And anybody with a sane mind will tell you the same thing. You yourself will say the same thing. Spending any time doing something, even if I spend 2 days playing a video game, I'm not much of a gamer. However, I do have my phases where I suddenly feel like I need to play some video games, and it's weird, like some Fortnite here and there. And I don't know why, but it's like rarely. Sometimes I get in those phases. I drink a lot of coffee today. Oh, I'm still drinking some though. But the motto is for us to continuously keep growing and hold each other to a higher standard, of course, at all times. Not just content creators, but also viewers. There's Smith. How are you doing, my friend? I'm feeding Kenny's fool. Hey, 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 hey. AB Netflix. What? Hold on. Damn, that symbol that YouTube added blocks like some of the message, but AB Netflix and chill. Nice trade. Hell yeah. And as we can see here, the SPY, I need to see a little more volume, is doing that. A lot of people are expecting, I seen briefly, most channels yesterday, kind of small little, glimpse over the channels that like talk about investing, not just speak about opinions and stuff. Those, I think, in my opinion, are the channels that are worth watching, because I want to hear people who have opinions and what those opinions are on the market. I'm not really interested in listening to barbs and all that. Oh, this person did this and that person did that. I want to hear. If I'm in it for that, then I'm just gonna block my mind from trying to download information or learning something new. But when I'm in the mode of seeing exactly how somebody goes about something and learning how they trade, maybe something in there, a trick in there that I could possibly benefit out of, or I've seen, I just never paid attention to. And that's how you become better and better as a trader. And I was looking all around, and I can't lie, I was about, I would say 70% let down. Many out there truly go with the hype, or with the talk, or maybe perhaps with whatever their personal investment is, and they want to speak not against their investment without sharing that they have an investment in something. Because, for example, looking at the SPY and listening to many people talking about, oh, this is going to go over and is going to rebound and it's all this. Now, I'm the first person to tell you guys for over a month and a half now, and that time is counting, so it could be 2 months soon, that the SPY is moving to an all-time high. Told you this before. So many people. Um, Now that does not mean it's going to all happen in one day. It's not. Doesn't mean it's going to happen in 1 week. This stock action needs retracement, needs a healthy movement back. When you're looking and seeing dark pool action and prints, and seeing how they're, of course, the ones that are affecting this. When I say affecting this, as in they put one price and they put $3+ billion on it. Yeah, you heard that right. So right now, if the powers that be wants to push the SPY, for example, higher or maintain it above a certain number, they will put in, literally, imagine, over $3 billion in one hit at that particular price, in that price range, per strike price, whether it's 453 or 454 or 455. Now, when you look at all the indicators throughout everything in here, only the short-term indicators are the ones that are giving you the signals. And this is why I look, and I was like 70% of content creators out there I was actually let down with, because they were very, I don't want to say the word mediocre, and then my intent is not to bring anybody down. That's why I'm not naming any. But what I've seen are the ones, like, again, if you're not all about technicals, then I get it. You're in a different realm, different space. I can't include you in that conversation. But the 70% that I'm let down on are actually preaching knowledge and their technicals and everything. And I'm looking at it, and they're looking at the short-term keyframes, like time frames, trading frames. But they're looking at the 1 minute and the 2 minute, and at the most the 5 minute. And if you're doing that, I have that's a big issue coming toward the end of the week on a Thursday and a Friday. With the 1 minute might give you an image of immediate, like right there and then action, but it does not tell you the big picture. It shows you a pixel of a picture. And sometimes that might be enough compared and aligned correctly with the rest of the other time frames. It will have a complete perfect picture. And that's why we look for certain things like this, 454.21. What does this mean? If they can't reverse, and obviously right here, I don't see it touching back, but there's no volume yet. I personally would love to see a touchback. Now, a lot of people are asking, AB, you're saying all-time highs on a SPY, but yet you're looking for puts. Yeah, there's daily and all that stuff. However, if I'm looking for a risk and reward, that's the point of trading. When I'm looking to get into the upside on the SPY, this is what I will be looking for right here. I'll be looking for the next cycle, which might start actually in a couple of weeks. Maybe it might be in a week or so. But I see it probably taking a little more than a week. But I see down action literally bringing you down to about 442.96, 443. And that's where I have, I'm waiting to get my about 443, 442 and 50 cents. So 442.50 is where my upside risk or reward is. When I see it go there, of course, I'm going to make sure that that will be the steal zone for me, the ultimate steal zone. Before I go long on it, I can get options personally or calls on it that go out for over a month. And that, yeah, a lot of people are saying that's not a long time. Well, exactly. If you know the right timing of things, not calling out the tops, not calling out the bottoms, that's a loser's game, as we always say. But if you see the time of a trend and the reversal of a trend or a beginning of a trend, that's when you get in, and that's when you expose yourself to the most upside. So for me, and I'm giving you guys here a lot of intel. I'm not giving you financial advice, of course. I'm telling you, I'm letting you in on AB's mind or info from the inside. I wouldn't be engaging in any calls until I see, like, all this call season was from here, literally from right here last week, all the way to most likely at this point, and this is the inflection point. I see that the SPY for now is gonna basically come down, and I want to see it retest the 451 first, and see if he uses that as a point of retracement and then bounce back up. If that's the case, I'll let it be. I'm okay with it. I don't need to load up on calls. I can always play it differently, but this right here is a completely open zone now that if this can't be held up here by tomorrow, if not by today, you will see this 451 retested. At the very latest, it will be, and again, this is like the furthest stretch they can make is early next week. It's earnings season. Volatility is going to be high. I'm seeing a lot of spike in the VIX, which has been stagnant for the most part, surprisingly, into the season. But wait till we get, again, this is considered bear season. August/September. Sadly, or happily, my birthday is in August. And that's considered the bearish season of the year, considerably. So before the end, I would say about October, November, that's when you see most hedge funds, most institutes, most banks are trying to squeeze out as much profits for their investors so that they could keep all their investors happy, or at least as much as possible, convincing them that they should stay with them. Why should you be here? And that's going to be a very tough pill to swallow for most of these banks, given that they had these weird earnings that the market is digesting as bullish news because some powers out there told them to upgrade their expectations as far as the rating analysts. So they're putting their expectations up. And again, as we spoke about yesterday, I'm not going to take you through that again. They're making it seem like a fire in a wildfire that is happening outside and burning the city down is only burning the doorstep of one house. That's it. And that's what they're putting in the news. That's what they're getting as far as news to react to. Ultimately, when I see this retest the 451 range, I'm going to see it break perhaps through it. And in that range, it becomes choppy because this was one of the toughest areas to break through as recent memory as far as going to the upside for the bulls, which was this week and last week. But it will be not far away from the 450.34 as I have it set up here. Again, these are all my expectations. Of course, you could go from one place to another and see complete different stuff. And that's what I was talking about, the letdown part of what I've seen. 70% of these channels that our people are going around, and again, I'm not throwing shade so that I can, I guess, become much like shine the light on myself to take it away from someone else. That's why I'm not naming any names. However, it's very crazy knowing that this affects people's money, and especially with the kind of or the amount of following that some of these places have. It's extremely concerning to me when I see exactly how shallow and what they speak of, and they push people, and then next thing you know, when people get massacred, then they would say, well, you had the chance to get out at 2% gain or a 3% gain. You need to become a very, very, very good investor. You can't keep going in for 1,000% or 100% or 200% or 50% or 40% trades. You gotta be very humble and know that those are once out of like 1 out of every 50 or 100 trades you might get 50 or 100, and that's what of course they will blame it on, or that's what they would make the excuse out of. While really that's no talk, that's BS. If you look at it, going in on the right times, for example, if we're not over here talking too much to the family, we would have gotten in on some puts a little earlier than here. Right now, I'm cool. I'm good. I did my thing with Netflix. There's no need to do much more, but I am interested in seeing actually more, because if this thing does some sort of retest to be over here, that's what I mean by conservativeness. That's what I mean by being conservative. I want to see it retest this range, the 454, and it's trying to do right now. You see most of the controlled algorithms right here, the selling algorithms, you can see that here on the shorter time frame. On the 1 minute, that's easy to see that here because we're speaking about right now, this moment. But it's important to look at the much larger time frames to get a more clear image on overall what could be the trend. That's why it's going to be a bear one going into tomorrow, in my humble opinion, so far. I want to see this being retested sometime before 12 or around 12. So I'm not gonna, this could jump all the way down, and that's fine. That could fill some other puts that I have on the SPY that are due over a month away from now. However, I'm trying to gain in another trade on the daily, on the weekly, like today, that expire today. But I need to see this, retest this. I will get in for a much cheaper premium. If obviously, and you could tell here that there will be no reversals. Now, it's crucially important to see what's happening with all the technicals and indicators, because this could be the controlled selling to cool off all the indicators to perhaps actually do pushback and try to give the SPY an opportunity for tomorrow to be above or hover above the 454, because right now they are below that support. It is no longer a support. That support is broken for the meantime, and now they're going to try to make a push to meet it. If it's not that effective, there will be more red going into tomorrow and then closing the week, and perhaps beginning next week a trend like this. Breaking resistance support one after another. One support at a time. Next, it will be the 451 as we mentioned, then breaking that to the 450. Then I would like to see it break 447, 448, 447. Then eventually I want to see it retest the 443, 442 and a half range. And at that point, I would be one of the happiest people. And so are you, my dear family members who are viewing, because at this point, if that happens, then that indicates to me, I know for a fact, and you heard this here first, and watch, when this happens right here, the 443 part, 443, 444, 442, you're going to have in that time, in that zone, because of where we're dropping from, while it's not the highest of places, you're only talking about $10, right? That's not too much for the SPY, but you're going to have so much FUD going around and so much fear going around. And the reason why I say I'll be happy, one of the happiest people, and so will you, is because if this 454, 444 and 443 level is tested and is not broken, and it's the last final act of support, also gets to fill a couple of gaps that we needed to fill regardless. It is gonna be probably taking about a couple of weeks to get down here, perhaps much more exotically fast. I don't see it that way. I see like about 2 to 3 week zone starting this Monday, or sorry, starting tomorrow, this Friday, where we would have to eventually come down to retest and cover these. If we do that, I'll be very, very excited, because I will be actually even more bullish on the SPY. In the meantime, over here in the 451 range, I would definitely be considering after this retest to get in some of the action. I have some that are due in over a month as far as puts, and then I would like to get in for the daily now and kind of day trade. That's what day trading is about for me. A lot of people get in for a day trade and they get the expiry date like later down the line, and that's safe, and that exposes you to much less risk. But the premium's a lot more expensive to me, in my humble opinion, if you know what you're doing and what you're looking at, and you keep an eye out for all diagrams and formations that are forming in front of you. Then I think it's, in my humble opinion, I think it's if you're gonna trust your technical analysis, then you got to put your money on it. Look here, we had yesterday. Toward the end of closing, we had the shoulder right here, and then we had another head, had another shoulder right there, and guess what? At the open, what did we get? Right there. Boom, a drop. That was expected. That was leading to the end, and that's the second shoulder right there. That's so crazy how clear, crystal clear it is. It drops down. Now they tried to rebound, and now look at this. This is controlled algorithm right there, bringing it down. We're dancing with the low of the day. We just made one as we were speaking. Again, there is still more space for a higher free fall for the SPY to down to the 451 and 38 cents. let's see exactly what happens. I would love to see a retest of 454. I know some of you out there who have already some puts and do not want to hear that talk. But no, I do want to see that because it will be a better, more precise place of entry to ride back down that wave again. Now, I do see some sort of rebounding or some sort of consolidation coming up now. When will that be? We'll see that really soon. I'll also look into some questions real quick. I'm just so hyped for the Netflix and the Tesla stuff that yesterday I unfortunately I wasn't able to fortunately get any like I was trying so freaking hard to try to capture some Tesla puts, but successfully I was able to get Netflix, and that was the more important one for me because the indicators were so hot. Like again, I didn't look at no news. The earnings was after the market. It was not during the market, so therefore, literally, I got this screenshot, and I think I'll actually post it on the community tab, and some of you could go and actually see it on there. It was literally alerted 2 minutes before the drop happened, like leading to the top of that 485. I made that post, and it's crazy how 2 minutes later the move started happening, and then 30 minutes later the market closed, and the rest was history. You've seen what happened in the after hours. By all means, don't think that that means it's over for Tesla or Netflix. Again, there are many people out there right now currently are confused. These earnings are good. They made more money. And they were good. But it's not about that's the point that I would try to make to many people is that the market is not controlled by what makes sense. Market is controlled by the deep pockets and the manipulation of the huge whales that are operating behind the curtains, and they can spoof the market into whatever direction they would like it to be. The only way, and this is me speaking 100% truthful to all of you, the best way to, if you want to be in this space, one, either shed some light, and we're doing that with the meme stocks, AMC and GME, but the rest, the other thing you can do is either get with it, try to go along the waves that they're creating, and do not be on the opposite and try to create your own, because it's going to be a little, splash in the swimming pool compared. So if you want to be in this atmosphere or in this stratosphere of theirs, because they control it. When I tell you that we can pile up and put a lot of money as retail, yeah, we're strong as a force in in a macro picture. But when big money like this come in and they choose, for example, the SPY as an example, and say they come out of nowhere and they instantly place $3, $4, or $5 billion on 453, buy shares worth of the SPY at 453. What selling pressure is going to bring that down? That's enough to send the stock at least perhaps 50 cents to $1 higher. And when it does do that, it will claim so many profit collection and liquidity zones, and it's going to just ramp up everything, and it's going to go up from that point on out. But clearly here, those individuals have done their thing. They're collecting their profits throughout the week. I've seen these prints where they were putting not maybe 3, but they were putting 2.5 billion, 2 billion, a billion on certain strike prices on the SPY. And that's, again, they do that on just about every stock. That's just $4 or $3 or $5 billion that they allocated to one stock at one particular price. So you got to be aware of these things so that you don't get on the opposite end of one of them. Okay, where is YouTube? Right here. One second. Let me share this, and then I'll be looking at the messages, my friends. All right. So it's posted on the channel community tab. If you guys want to see the picture, it's lovely. I'm loving what's happening right now with the SPY. I just want to see it with a lot more exotic movement. Yes, you guys remember yesterday I was talking about Lazar, Luminous Technologies, LAZR. I was in some puts for that. It's looking good right now. I think it's time for letting go of this. It's down 6.5%. I'm loving it. And those were very cheap too. I was able to gobble those at $10 put option. So right now they're valued at 30. They're valued at 35. So basically 3.5 times. You guys can see here it's 150% gain on these options. And when people tell you, like when some of these places or areas that you go to listen to, or you get, I guess, I don't know how you take influence or advice or whatnot, they would tell you things that will keep you. Remember, you're either your best friend or your worst enemy. And whoever you let inside of this temple right here, your own temple, is what you will basically expose yourself to. So if you expose yourself to losses, it's not somebody else's fault, it's your fault. Yes, there is manipulation out there, but what you can do is understand, do your best to understand where that manipulation is coming, how it comes, and how could you redirect and get out of that front row seat of that hit. If that hit is coming, and if you learn how they do it, then you will do your best to get out of it. And that's the way it works. But many of these places that people flock to and go to would tell them, yeah, it's looking good for this, and they report after the fact or do whatever, and it's not helping people, and people are making decisions based on nothing but like the words that a certain individuals will say, and then next thing you know, they start suffering in their lives and their portfolios, and they start blaming, instead of those same people that ruined their lives, they start blaming either the market, saying the market ruined my life, or corruption is so high, F you Ken Griffin. Don't get me wrong, F you Ken Griffin for sure. But Ken Griffin is not the one who's basically slacking you on the wrist, saying do this or do that, don't do this and don't do that. I had one family member tell me something yesterday, and it was so like, I'll explain it to you guys. Of course I won't say the name, but this family member said they technically hold so much AMC shares, and the one thing that they said, look how they're thinking about it. They were like, I gave up so much and deprived my family out of so much and all this stuff so that I can accumulate and keep buying and holding these shares, right? Again, listen to it, their perspective here. And now, like everybody back in 2022, in 2021, everybody were unanimously all AMC, no F that, we're not gonna issue any stupid shit, we're not gonna ruin all that and everything. And everybody has turned off all their notifications for any FUD or whatnot. And we were all united. Now, suddenly people see a couple dollar interest in that arbitrage talk with Ape, and they're okay with the reverse split and the conversion and all that stuff. Again, this is their point of view, and it's a very valid one. They said, you know what? I am so pissed at myself for actually having a lot more expectations and having faith in this community. That affected me when they said that. I said, hey man, hold your head up high. We're both in the same boat. I don't care much. I've set myself up as far as like the leveraging. I got my calls, I got my puts, I got my shares. And again, it's a different kind of a position, because it was a mission for me, and it still is, from 2020, September 2020, and specifically became personal in January of 2021. And when it became personal for me, I had to get back at the market makers and those short hedge funds that and those powers that be, because they robbed us, the entire system, of what was rightfully ours back then, literally 2.5 years ago. And for me, it became personal. So I just kept day trading. And for whatever I make from my day trades every week, I would go ahead and bless my meme positions with a little sprinkling, whether it's in GME, whether it's in AMC. Shout out to the weird kid that came in and said you are too broke to even buy one share of GME. And all I can say again, I mentioned that, it's like, you are right, kid. If you were to see my GME position, you will easily probably hate your life, because you will be like, how? Why? This person's got a army fatigue hat on and he just sits down and drinks normal coffee. He's not with a tie and whatever and all this stuff. I'm just a humble person. But that's just what it's about. It's personal for me since January of 2021. And this person, you know what they said when they were talking to me about this struggle, of how they hate the fact that now they have to fathom the idea of seeing their shares get slashed. And yeah, they could easily say, like all these other people who are interested in a dollar or two of I noticed most people who are ape pushy and all this stuff are the people who are probably either broke. Yeah, I said it, I'll say it. Either they're broke or they are looking for a couple $1,000s here and there, depending on how small their position is, to try to balance out what their position in AMC. Or they're probably not even in AMC and they're trying to get into AMC, but basically at a much cheaper price. But it has to be one of these. That's just what I think. I don't think the people who are pushing this whole ape crap are people who have probably any type of real money, like big boy money. And they're probably also the people who are least invested in the stock. Because again, they give two shits about AMC, but they care a lot about ape. Yet in public, they're pushing this whole agenda of, we support the theater, buy the popcorn, buy the Fanta and the Coke, and buy the Sprite. Sure. So, I have to get that out. So this person actually, at the end, you know what they said? They said with their huge position, he wishes, and this, I hate hearing this. This is what this division in the community and these infiltrators that came within the community to push these agendas of the supporting the destruction of this move that took 3 years, us battling the other side. It made an individual like this person, who is an absolute silverback in this community, to actually say, I wish I was lending my shares for these past 3 years. I would have made money hand over fist with that. And seeing seeing the amount of position that this individual has, with these smaller cost to borrow or whatever from their brokerage and all that stuff, their brokerage could have easily been lending their shares anyways all along. There's that sus, they're that fraudulent. However, he was not getting any money for it. He's like, if he knew that this community could become like this, from day one, he would have gobbled up that big position and started share lending his position. And I was like, man, don't lose faith in God. Like, the one mistake you made is that you had your faith in people. People are interchangeable, man. That's why we all have hearts. Hearts flip. They beat. Every beat is different than the one before it. Don't put your faith in people. Put your faith in a higher power. If you put your faith in people, you will lose in your life. Ultimately, when it's all said and done, your life will be a loss. You got to put your faith in a higher power, people, and have a moral compass and values that you stand by. It doesn't matter who goes against it, even if the entire world is against it. I don't care how many people say, come and support. And I don't want the fake fame that comes in at the support of people who say, yes, if you say yes, we will all come and like your talk and videos and we will support you and all this stuff. I'm not interested in any of that. Bring me any of these other content creators or any of these people out there, even traders out there who talk that talk and walk that walk, and bring them to me and let me show you what breakfast looks like, and what lunch looks like. You know, this is what it's about. So for me, I don't care about fitting in, being liked from people or not. I'm gonna stick to my values. I'm gonna stick to my ways of life and my mission of what I've been on. Whoever agree or likes it, shows me some love for it. Hey man, much love to you, whoever you are. You don't like it, don't approve it, you can't stop it. But you can hate as much as you want. You can do whatever you want. I don't give two shits. At the end of the day, I'm living my life. You're trying to live yours and mine. So that's the way I see things. And that's why it's always easier. And that's why I could have a lot more positive outlook on life every day, no matter what negativity is happening, no matter what terrible news are going on. You got to make the best out of it. If life gives you eggs, make omelets. Yeah, I took an L already today. Belligerent ideas on what? Nana Ape, thank you. Everybody, smash the like button. Get more and more people in here to see what we are looking at and witnessing. We're looking at the 5 minute. Yes, see this. There's this retest part. Now, this is a great range to start looking at. Not, of course, getting in, to get ready for me personally, to perhaps trying to get in. Should I get out of the LAZR position? It's at 140%. It dipped 10%. What do you guys think? Is AB very greedy? Well, when it comes to, I'm not a greedy person. I'm far away from that. I'd like to think I'm a humble individual. However, when it comes to these people that made it personal for me, like I told you guys, since January of 2021, it becomes more like, you know what? It's it's personal. It's not just fundamentals anymore for me. It's personal. It is that personal for me. I can't wait to hurt them. The market maker, that is. All right, people. I'm not talking about. People are probably thinking like, AB is going off his rocker. He's about to go crazy. What is he about to do? Somebody check up on him. All right, let's see. I need to prepare my order to perhaps get in if I see it. Man, those $453 puts, as we were speaking, they were exactly at $21 when I was looking at them right before this massive complete move happened. So just about 15-20 minutes ago. And now, even with this push, they're at $42. So this person, whoever, like if I got in right here, in this area right there, after this break, could have easily doubled my money. And this is just saying that even if I sold on the way back up right here, you know, seeing the consolidation. But again, I'm waiting for this, as I told you earlier, the retest. I can't wait. I hope it goes up and touches the 454 range again, which is not far away, because that will eat up many of this premium's costs at a much, much, much lower value for your boy. That's what coffee will do to you guys. All right. Sorry. Moments of truth. For those 70% out there that are pumping the SPY, at least today and tomorrow, like when you say pump, the word pump here, and let's just so that we can understand what the words mean and all that stuff. Like pumps meaning retesting this high from yesterday and today, the 456 range, getting back to the 456.43 and testing that and perhaps breaking that. That's what pumping is. As far as this is nothing at all. Like we could have had a cup and a handle, but this is way too extended for a handle. Somewhere over here, if it retested, this is why 454.21 was important for me. Not only is it a supply zone area, but in the same time, it's also a full completion on the cup and handle formation, even on the 1 minute or on the daily. So you can see that, but this breaking through that 454.21 gives me other implications. And now if this retests the 454.21 and breaks through it, then at that point, this sets you up for tomorrow to close perhaps at 457 or 456, a retest of that. But again, going into next week, I just don't see how we don't go through the trend. It's been overextended for exactly about 20 days now, 21 days. And I see a rebound, a retracement to cover, a healthy retracement to cover these gaps that we got here, all the way down to the 443, 442 level, and eventually starting another one after perhaps 2 weeks after those 2-3 weeks again. So let's see what ends up being the case. I'm going to look at other stocks, but let me see exactly first if there's any questions right here. All in AMC, what's up, my friend? In Cashman, thank you so much. Thank you for smashing it. If anybody else is not able to hit it, it's in Cashman's fault. And she's not sorry about it as well. She smashed the like button. Let me see. Who's sending me messages? Who the fuck is this? All right. Let's see. No questions. So, okay. Smith, say hi. Perfect. Let's see what's happening here. I want to get an alert if this retests up here. Let's see at 454. Go forward. That's if it even gets back up to that point. It's not out of the question, honestly. That's what conservative trading is all about. Finding out your zones, sticking true to them, and only execute your mission like a soldier, just on a different playing field. Look at that. As soon as I put that alert in, you see that little bell? Now it's making an up move. It's trying to get me to watch it quicker, which is, I would love that. So go over there, retest, pick me up on the way, and then we can do a wee together. Yeah, I know, guys. All right, let's look at Netflix. As I told you, I see still more down. We see it right here. Earlier, it was at around 442, 441, but it is in a consolidation period. As you can see here, this is choppy. Yeah, you're probably like saying, no, it's moving $5, but its price is over 400. So yeah, those swings are easy to happen between that. That's not too crazy. This is crazy right here. When you're talking about a $50 or $60 pop or drop, eventually this is good because I will keep my eyes on waiting to see how these technicals play out, because this has to eventually get filled. I do not think this was the highest as of just yet, because if I do believe that the SPY is going to continue to go on for an all-time high, then it's going to drag along Netflix and other stocks along with it. So while while the SPY is mostly in a the actual thing that reacts to those stocks because it's an ETF of the S&P 500. However, when the SPY is moving up, you just see the trend. You tend to see most of these stocks move along with it. Now, Tesla, I don't see staying in the bottom for a whole lot more and more and more. Like you see here, this is massive, massive. It's continuing to drop, and this is gonna drive the SPY along with it. Amazon is being brought down 2%. Let me see what's keeping the SPY up for now. It's just probably control buying. Look, the whole market, look, Nvidia is down 2%. The whole market is giving away all its profit. This is profit collecting from the beginning of the week by all these whales. Meta is down almost 3%. Let's see, where's Apple? Apple is not down. That's probably what's at least holding it up still. But soon, I think that something has to definitely give. Looking at Apple on these technicals. Yeah, Apple is extended as well, overly extended, especially after it made a new all-time high the day before yesterday at 198. That was too much. We'll keep an eye out for what I think that Apple will also make a move to the downside at some point today. Really big one too. Like at least another 1.5%. Let's see where Microsoft is. Microsoft is down 1.5%. The SPY is almost up there to retest. See, come on. You're 12 cents away, buddy. Continue. Come on, buddy. Let's go, buddy. Keep it going. There you go. Be a good boy. There you go. I don't get in unless it's my own terms. I don't get in the market's terms. I get on my own terms. However, I do need the market to act the way I want it to. So thank you, market. All right, there we go. There we go. I'll get positioned, all set. See, this whole area right here was profit collecting, especially for the people that are playing the daily. Okay, so we touched the 454. Come on, break through it again. Try to break through it. I know it's going to be hard resistance. I want that being the case. I want my premiums to be cheap. Can't fault me for that, right? I mean, after all, market maker, I'm trying to help you out over here. I'm trying to get some options that are out of the money. On expire on a daily. Come on, bro. Be a good sport. Make it an equal, balanced formula of risk and reward. Yep, there you go. Keep going, baby. Keep going. Keep going. Hit that 454.21 for your boy. Not, I'll meet you halfway. Sorry, you guys are exposed to AB's weird side. Can you meet me halfway? Now over here singing Fergie and shit. All right. All right, we're almost there. Okay, let me get my order in. Push. Push, get my order in. Come on. You can do this. Push. This sounds more like a delivery now. uh, oh my lord. Some of you out there are like, what can we do with you, AB? Oh man. Let's go. Push. Give me your finest. Nothing less. Give me your finest. Come on. Get my order in. Okay, sorry, family. Just uno momento, por favor. These are crucial moments. Game time decision right here. There we go. Don't do that yet. Wait. Go up. Come on. No, they did it. Yes, yes, yes. Let's stop playing around and just get right in. One second, people. My order is almost right there. Just need this to go back up a few more cents. This is a good sign right there. Go up. There we go. Come on. Yes. Hit 454 again. And you'll pick me right up. Four bulls. Come on, pick me up. There we go. All right, so they picked me up. Now we're Gucci. I can't believe I just said that. All right, we'll leave this in the background now. I can come back and attend the talk with everybody else. Now, SPY, you can do your dump. You break, make sure you don't break too high above the 454, okay? We're gonna have to bring you right back down. What's happening with Tesla? Actually, let's look AMC down to almost 7%. Sorry, I scared a lot of people. 3%. GameStop too, almost. Tesla still down 692%, 7% roughly. Around that low. See, this push right here in Tesla to the upside from the low is what's technically pushing up the SPY as well. It's exposed to it. Shopify, Amazon down. SPY 454.04. Consolidation zone right here. I expect this to be like this, and then the buying pressure is just not going to be enough to match this, and it's gonna bring it right back down. My prediction. Let's see what happens. I'm not always correct, family, but when I am, it's normally the big ones. Hopefully, at least I'm more correct on my predictions than wrong. Let's go back and fact check. Anyone thinks otherwise? Okay. Let's see. What do you have? Moderna is up, rightfully so. When the market is down, you'll see these COVID stocks go up. Look at Carvana. I was trying to hunt this piece of crap, piece of work down yesterday. As we covered it yesterday, I was trying to get some freaking puts on it, and it was just so elevated, and I didn't want to get it the way that it was. And now this morning we were looking away from it, so that was massive for today, and that's expected because it shot up yesterday, and it had it went through crazy gaps that most likely might even continue to come back down to the $42 level range. So I see that possibly being the case. Not necessarily, obviously, just today. Good, it's on the table. But within this upcoming week, that could definitely very well be the case. To cover that and then to go right back up. Again, this is a shit company, guys. With all my, literally all shit company. The reason why it even squoze, they're saying, is because they were able to strike a deal to one of their debitors because it's a company that's operating at a loss. And its revenues keep dropping. Their fundamentals are so much worse than AMC's. The only thing that they are a little bit better than AMC in is the amount of debt that they're in. However, as far as their business formula, it's nothing. I would rather be in debt, unlimited amount of debt. However, if I have an actual proven system, or my business is growing little by little, then that makes me extremely happy. You know what I'm saying? At that point, I have a shot at redemption. Okay, the future looks promising at that point. But if it's nothing like that, if it's stupid, where it's losing money, it's also not with any potential growing or making any money to the upside, and it's continuously losing money, and it's trying to operate based on when the debt is due, it's a bankruptcy waiting to happen. In fact, it was already in bankruptcy talk. So far, believe it or not, guys, we are up 19% on our position just in those 20-cent drop. Look at this. Who else do you know on YouTube does this? Who told you that this will retest up here and then it will consolidate around the line that we put right here and now is dropping? Tell me. I'm getting pumped right now because we took a position. When you see things work according to how you, when you see results in your technicals, that's when you start feeling good about yourself, and that's when you start feeling good and things start making sense. It's no longer you going to be in the dark anymore, And I hope to get many, many more people enticed about the same thing as well. There's always an explanation. You just got to open yourself up for learning it. How does Mara look to you, AB? Mara is one of my favorite stocks, man. For years, you probably remember this, Pop Loco. For years, we've been talking about Mara, but I'm gonna look at that chart right now and see if this is just retracement. Mara is in position for some unholy movement, especially if the crypto stocks are and particularly Bitcoin is gonna continuously move up. If you see a bullish black swan event coming in the crypto world, look no further. Mara has the most, more than Riot, more than Bitcoin mining, the other companies. It has, as a company, it has more mining and much better mining tools than any other establishment out there that I know of personally, and is setting it up to be massively overvalued than where it's at right now. Like, I'm talking about in the 90s and in the $100 range. Not now, of course, but maybe perhaps when the right time comes, you would love to see something like that. That's where I see Mara at, because again, the crypto realm is overly undervalued, and as it grows, who's also going to grow with it? So we will look at that in just a bit. Let's see here. Love this. Come on, baby. Do one of your slidey slides. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. Maybe lame virgin. Okay. Now we need to see over here, 452.81. We got to retest that and go below it as well. Yes, we're up 25%. Tesla retesting that low, trying to perhaps make a new one. Few cents away from that. I do not want to see a double or a triple bottom right here. That's not a good thing. Because that would be an up move. The good part about this for Tesla, guys, this is what I want to see in the SPY eventually. That's what I was talking about in the SPY a little bit ago. Look at that. We had this gap here that yesterday we couldn't cover on Tesla. Now it's fully, well, it's a gap to the downside, so eventually we'll come back to close it. But it successfully covered this gap right here, and Tesla technically still have a little bit more down to 263. After 263, that's when your boy AB will turn around and say, let's go, bulls, let's get to the upside. Again, not financial advice, but I'm letting you guys in on a lot of game right here. If you like that, please hit that like button and consider letting more and more people obviously know about this place. Share it with others. You know, we want people to be making money in the markets and to be happy. Good morning, Alex. Did I say Alex or Alice? It's the coffee, Mrs. Alice. So my apologies if the X somehow came out. All right. How are you doing? Mara is on my watch list. Had a position that I let go of in the last bump of Mara, like 3 months ago. Let's see. Had a position in it that was back in like freaking 2022, averaging down when it was like down to the freaking $3 range. And as soon as it hit $12, this last pump, $11, $12, I was like, okay, perfect. I was up. See, here's the good thing. I want to let you guys in on a little something as well. I'm not going to lie. Stock investing is boring. It is absolutely boring. It's putting all your money in this egg nest and waiting for it to go up. And if it does go up, it's certain amounts that it goes up by. Welcome, sunshine. Welcome to the family. And it's boring. But here's the thing. If you like trading and you want to make something out of this for the future and for the long run, then you have to have a fully balanced equation that fits your style best. Everybody's a little different. So for example, smart money have this particular formula where they say, hey, have 95 or 90% of your portfolio in stock investing and only expose your portfolio to about 5 to maximum 10% to options, because options are that risky. You do not want to expose your portfolio, especially when you're playing in the millions and perhaps even the billions. You do not want to expose your portfolio to catastrophic losses. Now, the crazy thing with that is, for me, while stock investing is boring, being very well rounded as far as my expectations and being okay with stop losses, as long as you are good with making, like for me, if I lose out on 2 bets, the pressure comes on the fact that says, hey, you know what? I got to make sure the next 8 are going to be wins, even if they're little wins. Even if they're little, like even if they're 5% or 4% gains. I know that those are gains that many outlets out there highly speak of, like, oh my God, you just made 5%. That's good. Good, look up. Like, yeah, those are very minuscule in my opinion. And you can make a lot more. Smart money don't get in for that 4%. Inflation is freaking higher than that. And by the time you pay taxes on that day trade, what the hell did you do it for? In the same moment, it depends on how much you're putting. Of course, if you're playing with 50 to 100 grand and 5% here, 4% there, of course, is a lot, especially if you're going in with full position. That's different. But option trading for me is a lot more fun, and it's all I'm in it, like all I play with most of the times. Look, right now we're up 32%. What is happening here? Sorry, I'll go back tomorrow. Let me just see what is happening with the SPY. Yeah, it's dropping. You see this, guys? Who called it to the T? On more than one occasion, not just today, not yesterday on the report, that perhaps many people perhaps who saw that tweet and that post probably made a lot of good money off of that. And that makes me happy if that's the case. Look, we're up 50%. Right now, I could literally say, you know what? I put in 2 grand and now I made $1,000 in literally like freaking, what, 4.5, 5 minutes, and be okay with it and say, you know what? This weekend is going to look good. And I'm not trying to say this to get people who are watching. Guys, I'm in the AMC. Trust me, I'm more exposed to AMC and GME and SPCE and a few others, like even Telray. Many of you probably forgot about that play. Like, I'm more exposed to them than many of you and probably most out there could even fathom or imagine. It's been personal for me, as I told you guys, and I stay true to my words. So this is the way for me to constantly balance out whatever I'm getting exposed to. What I am doing with AMC, what I'm doing with GME, what I'm doing with SPCE goes against all my styles of investing. Literally, completely against it. But I'm okay with that because it's personal for me. I told you guys 1 billion times, and I'll say it another 1 billion times. It's freaking personal for me to get the hurt and expose that market corruption, especially when it comes to these smaller cap stocks. And by all means, AMC and GME are not necessarily smaller cap stocks, but that's where they like rank compared to the Teslas and the Apples and the Microsofts and so forth and so forth. I don't like seeing this BS of how they go about it and how they screw with us and how they screwed us out of our rightful place back in January. And better yet, even more with AMC, because at least GME breathed to 400. Yes, it was still illegal. Yes, it was still supposed to go higher. But AMC didn't even get the ability at all. What is, like, it went up to the $24 range. What is 24 in January? And in June, they let it breathe up to 72, 74, which tells me like that was them telling us, hey, I'm giving you guys an option. Take this. If you take this, we will be more than happy to, you know, take our losses at 74 or at 72 or 76. However, if you don't take it, then this is what we will bring for you. And that's how I see it coming. We didn't accept 70s. That's why they put us through this hurt now. Does it make any sense? To me, since then, it was just personal. I'm not taking, like, I was supposed to have a lot more. And perhaps the way that AMC was consolidated and shorted against was even worse than GME. Worse. I'm not talking about which one is a better company here now. Now, some of you out there, get your head out of this stupidity of my stock is better than yours, and brings all the boys to the yard and all that talk and the milkshakes and whatever. But at the end of the day, AMC, rightfully so, when people missed in January that run on the train on GME, AMC was the next best thing. And in fact, it became the biggest thing because it was at a much more affordable range, and they stole our right to the rise that we so rightfully deserve. So doing this, being in this like this is what gives me the the thrill and be able to leverage, to be able to fight these hedge funds and leverage my position into my AMC or GME or any of my other meme stocks. Everybody has a different plan in life and different model. However way you plan on fighting this. I know a lot of people who are fighting tooth and nail for that next, I don't know, I guess, hey, I want to get into ape. There's a possibility for me to make an extra $500 or $400 when it's all said and done. But then you let go. That's the crazy part for me, is like they're looking at the carrot and are taking their eyes and attention off the safe that is filled with golden bars and everything. That's my example here as far as AMC positions. And then they're looking at the carrot saying, oh my God, but carrots are nice. And again, I'm not, no offense to anybody or any of this, but it's just the way that I see it. And I'm totally fine because, look, I'm good. I do what I do right here. And I know most of these people who think that way and do things that way don't even know how to do half of this. So they need that little what's up with Mara? Okay. It's at 1744. It's down less than 1%. I know you guys are probably like, hey, AB, stop drinking coffee. Yes, Alice, for sure. You're learning the right things. We answered Pabloco kind of like Mara in the explanation I gave a little bit ago. That's where I see it. However, as far as for the short term, look, I mean, this algorithm right here tells you all you need to see. It is a little weird right there. I'm not gonna lie. As of yesterday and the day before yesterday, this was, if it was continuously just going to go up, and that reflects on crypto because crypto itself did go down. This was supposed to probably end right there somewhere in the $18 range and then continue to push back up. But as you can see, this is like pretty spot on as far as what is the trend that he was giving us. This particular trend. Some stock movements or algorithms are like just so amazingly easy, like, and it shows you like what it's going to give you, and that's amazing. Like, I like that because it makes it much easier to expect, at least for the short term, ideas of things. So as you can see here now, we technically did break sideways out of this channel, but we didn't fully break and confirm that. What we need to see is that this could be also a liquidity grab, and heading into the weekend, this could be another time for the cryptos to start pumping again. So this level right here is not fully claimed. They didn't, the bears did not fully break this. Wow, we are, yeah, if you can actually see, we are still underneath, above that. We barely see, this is the action right there. The bears tried to get under it, and this makes it even more bullish. And instead, it was contained and brought right back within the bullish action. So now for me, if I was to look at Mara, this zone right here is an average zone of loading up. However, I would like to have a little more cheaper prices, like somewhere around the mid or upper 16s. If I'm thinking about a swing play, not of course, a long term play. Even here, it's still nothing compared to what this stock was in the 60s and the 70s, heading into the 80s even, and this stock could easily be over $100 in the future. Not now, not next week. That's what AB is saying. But we have to see this, test this again, and bullishly push back up, which will be dependent on the crypto movement throughout this weekend. Next week, it will respond to it. I think that we might have some retracement eventually, but let's see throughout this. I don't see $3 in the near term. I do not see $3, of course. I don't see it giving up all the way to the $8 range or the $9 range, which is acting now as the strongest support. But I would say the most exotic thing I can see on Mara is retracing back to $12, the upper 11s, the 12s, and that's the most exotic retracement. Again, there's so many levels that it can touch. There is support around 15. Again, the most recent one, as you can see here, is 1677. I find there's one at around 15 and 30 cents. There is another around a strong one around 1287. And then, of course, the last and the strongest one, which we had triple bottom off of when we met it 3 times, as you can see here, 1, 2, 3 times, and then eventually that happened over there, which started on June 7th, a month and a half to this moment in time. Okay. AMC down. See, I hate this. Like I always want us to stay above the 431, and I want the 438 to be the level that we stay above. But there are 448. Sorry, we peaked above that earlier in this week, and then they've been since then. You see this right here, algorithmic trading, big orders coming in, sell orders to cool off the stock from the upside to the buy-in action. Okay. Where is Lazar? 725 and 19. Might hold LAZR till tomorrow, honestly. I see more downside probably for it. Perhaps. But again, being up 150% and it's lagging at that 150%. It's between 150, 145% in the profit on it. Makes like, a perfect profit. But again, why? Hold on, sorry guys. Let's see. I need to see my chart on that. This is the stock I'm talking about, Luminar Technologies. It's amazing. Got in this area right here around 767, 768. And the move for today has been beautiful. I was in the profit right here, then it went right back up. Was barely in the red, but then today's move, because that's what was anticipated before the end of the week, is right there. And that's the beautiful part about this right here. Like some of these diagrams are very easy to tell for you. Um, right here, it could have had a head and shoulders. As you can see, the shoulder here, the head is very clear. But instead of that high, if it closed right here, then this would have been a perfect place to get puts. However, this continued to run based on the news yesterday, and that's when it ran up to here. Here's where the next formation follows. It made this run down here, got into my puts right here, got into right here. I was waiting for this to form a double top, and it did. It's clear. You see this M, boom, boom, top right here, top right here. And when that formed and it didn't go higher or anywhere, then that was also a perfect entry for puts. As you can see, you can write that down. Now, I want to see what exactly happens overall. If you look on a larger time frame, look at this. What does this represent? Another head and shoulders right there, completely forming. So it might take, this is on the 30-minute chart, which means we'll take a little longer for this to materialize, but I could see perhaps more downside to this coming down more. You can see it down, coming down to the lower sixes. You can see that. All right. Gorilla Grodd is in the house. There we go. Now the party is almost complete. Good morning to you, my friend. Talk about used basketball. See, you still remember that, huh? Oh man, the good old days, huh? Look at that. There's some pushing happening on the SPY. Let me read some of these first. There's Casey Hogg. We're waiting for you, man. Here we go again. Another week of barcoding. Can't wait for this AMC play to be finished. Everybody is. Gorilla Grodd AB, I want you to look into the founders of XRP and Ripple. They had a falling out, and one of them went and created XLM and Stellar Lumens. The Ukrainian central bank actually backed Stellar Lumens. Yes, if you, I don't know, Gorilla, I think you weren't in either, what was it, yesterday or the day before yesterday's live? I think it was Sister Alice that asked a question about XRP, and I went into detail actually speaking about this kind of stuff, like what I think about XRP, the good, the bad, the ugly, and of course there's more good in my humble opinion than bad. XLM, I also showed some love to and spoke about and said that it has a lot of big upside as well to it, because seeing where it's at. Now, I don't know about the Ukrainian central bank that's controlling it or going along with it. But then again, we don't know what the hell is going to happen with Ukraine in general right now with the situation that is happening with it. However, again, XLM being completely devalued, in my humble opinion, I see huge upside for it. The same way I see huge upside for XRP. But I do want to keep reminding people that you got to look at the fact that XRP, the most fearful thing, two things. One, the fact that it has over 900 billion circulating float. If you want to put things in perspective, look, Bitcoin only has 21 million Bitcoins and it can't be more. And that explains why the value of something or why Bitcoin is at the value that it's in, for example, and it can only look for more upside, an easy call from here, then downside. That's one. Two, the fact that the creators of uh, XRP also hold such a high amount of XRP holdings, so they can act as whales that could perhaps swing the price of XRP at any given moment. Should XRP pump, they could be ones to can actually drop and collect a lot of money and get completely wealthy on the shoulders of all their investors. And that's something that was making a lot of people being away from them for a while. They did promise, however, that over the years and the coming days that they will be forking out little by little from their stranglehold on the XRP. So as far as looking into them and all that stuff, I'll be more than happy throughout the weekend. Maybe I'll do some little digging here and there to see more about it. Ultimately, for me, I just see the upside no matter what on both, just from the places that they're at right here, right now, in this point in time. Okay. Alice Routers put out order imbalance to buy AMC 157K shares and to put 256 shares Ape stock halted. Oh, wow. Okay. Good news. Pabloco SPY is making a move up. Let's look at it. Debating selling Ape to buy XRP. Ah, Casey Hogg. That's a you question. I missed it. Was probably working. Probably that's what was the case, brother. Maybe just Ape I bought after, not my free Ape. Okay. Whatever you see, brother, at the end of the day, we all have to do what? Do what's best for our situations and our families, right? That's all that matters at the end of the day. However way you see it is the way that you're going to cut it. Let's see. Nasty move right here. This made a clear lower, higher low and then a higher high. That was nasty. Okay. Tesla, little rebounding. Amazon, still where it's at. S&P 500, the low was 45.41. Wow, these indicators are extremely hot on the short term. On the far term, it looks like it is just now spiking up. What time is it? 11:44. Still got a couple more minutes, a few more minutes for about 18 minutes for the 2 hour. Or on the day. That was a nasty move, guys. Let's see where it holds. It's still not higher than this this high right there. Let me put this right there. This will act as ABs. Get out alert. I don't see that happening right there at all. This is still acting as hard resistance for them to come through from the sellers. I think the sellers gave the buyers some momentum to give this, and then through the rest of the day, perhaps even tomorrow, we're going to be retested back down, and I think we will see that 451 area. Netflix, holy smokes. And I'm free falling. Down, down, down. Rest in peace, all the people YOLO calls on Netflix. I see many threads where they were saying, I bought my moon tickets, and yeah, you got launched into space. I don't know about the moon. Microsoft, okay, rebounding. It's helping the case for the SPY. It's not by much. Discover reported their financial down over 14%, worst performer in the S&P 500 so far for today. So Discover Financial Services is down 14%. That's what? With the upgrading of expectations. They can only do so much. Free falling. Free. Now that song is stuck in my head. Okay, what's happening with NVIDIA? NVIDIA still down. It's literally almost very close to the SPY right here. Let's see. Google down over 1%. I can't wait for their earnings, which is, when is it? Isn't it? It's next week sometime, or August 1st, somewhere around there. I'll look it up. I'm looking forward to it. So am I looking for Apple's? Where's Apple? Right there. Apple's still relatively holding up. Now, after that low of 193 on the day, they are making higher highs, higher lows. Eventually, it's going to get to a point where one place have to go over the other, or they have to choose which direction. I think that the Bulls don't have enough power. Like, you look at this. This was freaking yesterday. This is a different case right here. So when they reported their AI unit, that they're creating their own AI, generative AI. This, on that news, Alice, you remember this, from, you're talking about from the 192, the upper 192, 193, just made a massive run in such a short amount of time, the upside. And I'm free. Okay, now we have to get that song out of my head, guys. That was one of the songs they put on my mixtape of when I went skydiving. Yeah, right. I did that video years ago. Ugh. Believe it or not, that's how I got over my fear of heights in the most exotic way. Musk open to price cuts as Tesla bets on self-driving future. Well, they have to. That's the beauty of what they do with business is that they start high and that way they put themselves in a very good position to bring the prices down. Because if you technically look at it, what does it cost to make a Tesla besides the battery, which is all the lithium, and that's like the $10,000 part in the car? Everything else, if you look at it, it's a box. Maybe the design is a little exotic. Some people hate it, some people like it, but it's a box with a big iPad in it. There is there isn't too much modifications in there except of the features, and that's where they're working on right now, getting into the business of subscription, similar to like how Microsoft is telling you, hey, you want access to your OneDrive, you have to and must uh, pay monthly fee for more storage. 100 gigs for this much. 1 terabyte is for that much. And Tesla is no different. It's in that same and getting more and more into that business to where they sell you a Tesla for cheaper, but they're playing the game of you going back to get constant upgrades, additions, and all that kind of stuff. That's the game that they're playing. Okay. Um, Hold on. Let me also put some music in the background. I keep forgetting all the time. I was like, now the song is in your head too. Sorry, I'm not sorry. Come on, music. Come on. What is happening? Casey Hogg, bro, if you don't own a Tesla, you're missing out. I had a Tesla. I actually like it. Eh, I don't know, man. Like, there's this part of me that loves this, the exhilaration of actual and the sound of actual. I mean, okay, maybe that sounds bad now with the woke crowd who wants to make the planet green and all that stuff, but gas hits different. You know what I'm saying? Um, for me, it's about the experience. It's not about like what I get. At the end of the day, I always say, where are we going? We're not taking anything with us. So I set myself up to enjoy my life the best way I could. Not becoming, not a person who kind of lavishly just throws things away and spends out of control. No, but it's mainly for me. It's about how could I have the best experience, yet without changing who I am or ever becoming somebody I'm not. So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I like it. Maybe I would get, a Tesla in the future. Uh, I do, however, I'm against most people. I actually do like that Cybertruck. Yeah, I know many people say that it's a bunch of aluminum sheets put together, piled up against each other, and then thrown out there on the streets. But I actually like the design of the that. But the one that I actually really liked the most was the GM Hummer, the new Hummer trucks. Those take it to the next level with the crab legs and like it's just amazing all around. Like I fell in love with that one when I first saw it. Um, You get less chance by getting caught by the police. But see, that's the thing, Casey. It's about the sound. Like, uh, don't get me wrong. I'm not all about the putting holes in the muffler or how people like. I have friends who are all like their whole life is about cars. One of them, he's God bless his soul. He has a Nissan Skyline, and he takes it to car shows and everything. And I forgot which year it is, but he's got this thing tricked out, worked out perfectly. Got all the things. He spent more money on that car than like he could have probably actually went and bought a Lambo by now had he he put his money in a Lambo. He would have been able to afford a Lambo rather than buying that Skyline. And then eventually, because it's a rare one, it is actually with all the things that he's done to it. It's literally somewhere like he said, like he wants to sell it somewhere around. If he ever wants to sell it, and he will never will, he cares about it more than his own life. It's like his kid. Um, like he literally forked over 40 grand on that car, besides what he bought it for a while ago. But in tuning and fixing and getting like this out, the wheels out, tricked out, lights underneath, uh, so much like freaking Fast and Furious talk. Um, then I have another friend who loves Supras, and he's got all that. For me, again, it's I do like the sound of the. I have actually this other friend who got this M3, and he loves on the M3. He loves that sound of the muffler. He got it worked or tuned out into a point where when he hits the gas and he stops, it'll start saying like making like I don't know what you call that. Um, I'm not. That's not like I'm not a car fanatic, but I do like the actual sound of when you're revving the gas up. It's a cool sound. I like it. Preferences. I could probably see myself getting a Tesla, uh, the coupe one at some point. What did? Let's see here. I missed something about. AB, what are your thoughts on getting into mining companies trying to compete Chinese rare earth minerals? And which companies? Let's see right here. You probably actually mentioned it right there. Would it be worth the investment and research? I'm really looking at going long on a company called Linus Rare Earth. Listy. Okay, so in that realm, you got to remember that that's where the world is heading toward. Like in that realm, like into that future, and natural resources are actually worth more. Like lithium is worth more than the oil. All these things that we need a lot more are getting discovered more and more. Like for example, not too long ago, a big reserve of lithium was recently found in the millions of metric tons in Mexico, and that's as far as what they can just only see or estimate. There could be more, which puts them on the list of perhaps having the highest reserves, which is higher than Australia at the moment. And what Tesla is doing in hindsight or in behind the scenes right now is they're trying to get access and basically have their hands onto that because they're everywhere. Like they're in China, they're obviously they got a plant just all over the place. And seeing that, that's the most important thing. I think that for Tesla, they're going to be trying to compete, and they want access to that, and that's why Mexico is not keeping it uh, politically. It's not being put as like government governmental. It's more like public, so therefore it's like kind of like a free trade. So they that works to the best interest of many other people outside of Mexico, not necessarily for its people. So I wait to see that. That realm is still completely not fully uh, gone into, you got to see who are going to be the apex in that industry that you're going in for that company, for example. Who is it going to compete against? Who is it going against? What do they have? Do they have enough to carry them past certain ranges and past certain um, limits? Do they have what it takes to go through a downturn of a market? Because you could have a very good company, but if it comes in at a wrong place at the wrong time, like in a time or in a place where the market overall could be on the way down. Now, in the natural resources industry, that might be a good thing because in that case, you get to the natural resources go up in value when there is scarce opportunity, since there's a recession and a downturn throughout the broad market and economies globally, which means that's good for natural resources. But do they have what it takes? Do they have enough on their balances to start off? How long have they been in business? All these questions are to be answered. And you got to know who's all in there as far as who's inside of it, as far as backers. If you're thinking about going long, I think that industry is just completely untapped into yet. It's still very in its infancy stages. And where we're heading in this world into the future, it's all going to be about natural resources and minerals. After all, Tesla is nothing without lithium. That's why maybe Musk got this whole SpaceX. He's trying to go to Mars, all right, but he's trying to go out there and perhaps pirate the lithium from space, you know, probably raid asteroids and shit. Come back and say, hey, look, I got 1 trillion pounds of lithium. Where's Tesla, speaking of the devil? Okay, rebounding right here. Had a triple bottom, which 1, 2, 3 on the day. That results in an upside, and you've seen it right there. Until this now either pushes past it to the 273, 274 range, or if it doesn't and subsides, then that would be meaning that it's still not fully breaking out. That would just indicate that it's the end of this move or this cycle right here. AMC still where it's at. No volume on BBIG. It peaked above this level. If you remember last week or this week sometime, I was looking at what has happened. In fact, a few days ago, spoken about BBIG. I wanted it to go through this resistance and retest and break up, but it didn't. It broke under. So now we gotta, you know, come back to the trading board. It's still within this zone though, but I want to see a breakout out of this. And that's what gives me the indication that a play is primed for squeeze potential. That's what I'm searching for. That's what I'm in it for. The SPY is making moves. Still in that range, that 454, 25, 26 range, still dancing around this. It's not, the bulls are not able to fully claim this level yet. Although they're trying, I'll give it to them. Right now, you see there is that low, there's a high, there's a higher low, there's a higher high, barely. This needs to be a higher high right there, and then the next move needs to be a higher low, which would most likely indicate them claiming this 454.21 level. Will they do that? See. I got my limits right there. We'll see how that will work. Now they're peaking above it. Will they claim it? Will they retest and claim it? Netflix still in the pits of hell. This is just the next wave of, it's sad to say this, but it's the next wave of the upside. If this is the upside, what's the downside? So I told you guys I've seen more downside heading into the day with Netflix and probably by tomorrow as well. Not necessarily too crazy. It did break out of this zone right here. Um, that it was like while it headed like I had it trading in this channel since May 16th. It did break out of it. Now I doubt that it would continue to drop. If it does much further on a broader scale, like down to the 420s or whatever, I'm looking for a retest and then eventually breaking back into the zone to continue the bullish cycle. If it doesn't and it retests this and it goes back again to the 420s and 411s, that dictates wild to the downside potential. See right here, we barely can see that formation, but it's if we do this, you can barely see a double top right there, which resulted in that little bring it like that little action to the downside. It's not that clean, it's not that clear. You could technically say this was almost a consolidation and this was barely a middle point, but it's almost there. It's not very, 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 very clear. Whew. Man, operating on so low amounts of sleep. Let's see. So they broke resoundingly through here. Let's see if they claim and keep this, retest and break above. Because at that point, we'll be looking up here somewhere and it's like, hey, what y'all doing? This is getting too close, buddy. But I ain't worried about getting out of it if it does break this, because at that point, I'm very cool with what the Netflix did this morning. I could have gotten out 60, 55% on this, but that's not what I'm in it for. I believe in what's going to happen here. I still see that this would not be sufficient enough and it could most likely break down to the downside. It's also these indicators heat up. Maybe perhaps after the second part of the day, which is after right now at 12. We'll see what happens real soon now. Netflix was a banger. I wish I was able to get premiums and to my likings on Tesla yesterday. I wasn't able to. I had to fight for the Netflix ones because the volatility was moving so fast to the upside swinging, and I wasn't just gonna chase premiums and or get a market order. F that. Look at this. This is another one that I'm pissed about. I couldn't secure one here too, and now today, this morning, I've totally forgot about this one. Just trying to maintain this level, but I do see from now until next week, perhaps going into this next cycle into the market, but for sure, I do see this gap most likely being filled. And I see it going down even further, down back to the 42s and 41s and 43s. Apple is up on the day now. Look, it's claiming, which means the SPY should be up too. It is. What was reported? Something just got reported. Oh, Apple's earnings are coming soon. One analyst is worried about iPhone sales. Oh, please don't be worried. As you can see here, this was, whoa. Wow. This is crazy right here. Oh, that was yesterday. Sorry. I forgot that we were looking at the 30-minute. See, there's a not so clean W right here, but you can see it a little clearer right there. This is a triple bottom right there. It's also not very clean. However, it did. And that's shaping this movement right there. However, will it be enough to break the this resistance up here, which is the top of this level, and then eventually, if it goes above the shoulder, the previous head and shoulders, the first shoulder right there at 195, 93, 92, then that's when you could say that Apple is beginning another momentum to the upside. Bada bing, bada boom. As we can see here, it retested the SPY, and they retested, and of course they broke through it. Now what's in play is the 455 and 10 cents range. Let's see if they can successfully break through that or not. What is happening here? Where's the czar? Damn it, LAZR. Come on. I probably should just get rid of the LAZR ones. I mean, honestly, like again, at being up at what is now 148% is more than what you could ask for. Now it's officially at 150. You know what? It's lagging there. Let's just get rid of that one. Okay. Let's see. Where is the family? What are people saying? I think the Model 3 can beat a Skyline in a drag race. I think electric cars got this crazy, like, 0 to 60 or whatever in like 3 seconds or 4 seconds. I'm not denying that. It's to him, the Skyline is much more than just like racing or drag racing. Although he does have all the NOS and everything, but it's also stick shift, and it's all like custom made and Japanese, and the engine is all metal and custom and all that stuff. It's crazy for him. It's all about like all the driving that he does with it, where he does like spinners all around and goes and burns the tires all over the place and does weird, like like crazy stuff. It's fun. I've been into it with him. It's very scary to the point. It's very exhilarating, but he does crazy shit, like too close to calls kind of shit. Now, as far as the race going forward, yeah, like I'm pretty sure Tesla can even beat some of these other big cars or big brands. They can probably beat some. Also, they could easily beat Porsches and perhaps even some M8 competitions, and that's one of my favorites, the M8. And then some other ones, like even like some Lambos can be easily burnt by a Tesla. Hold on, let me sell these. Lazar. Excuse me. What are you doing, Spy? Come on, keep going. Want to retest this range? Go ahead. Do it. Do it to it and then fall off. Do not break past it. Otherwise, we have to exit. I have to exit. Okay. The LAZR order went through. Great profits today, guys. We did great. We did great. Let me see. This message from my okay. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Rebound, keep going. Okay, let's see while this one is doing its thing. What do we have here? Space pirates. Raiding asteroids. Yep. All right. Let's see. Microsoft still in that range that it's been in all day. Ape down 1%. Carvana 13%. Meta is down almost, well, it's 2.5, almost 3%. Apple is what's pushing the SPY right now, and it looks like literally another SPY chart right here. What doing, Apple? Nvidia also looks similar to the SPY and Apple a little bit. Google and Adobe are both down 1%, the other one is 1.5%. Again, COVID stocks are up on the day. When the market is hurting, COVID is benefiting. Oh man. The crazier thing, guys, about this earnings season and the fact that some of these banks, even with their terrible earnings, that is supposed to be highly inflated and the expectations are highly looked at in a different with a different scope where, oh, don't worry, guys, it's actually we were expecting much worse than this, so therefore it's not that bad. Just so you guys would know, what the worst part about it is that even with those worst like bad performances, believe it or not, like a Morgan Stanley that made about $1 billion to $1.5 billion, or like Bank of America, which is like a drop of over 9 to 13% year over year. They did that at the expense of doing what, or by doing what? Simply by laying off people since the second half of last year, and they're doing it right now still as well. So if they haven't fired or laid off all these people from the second half of last year into going into this first half of this year, going into the second half of this year, and they're planning to lay off even more and more, guess what? They would not be even in the green perhaps at all, because that's all payrolls that have to take care of. That's all people that will also get raises because of the inflation and the rise of inflation costs and all that stuff. So Don't even get me started. It's just so disgusting how they get away and do so much, um, and dissect that as good by letting go of thousands of people and still get terrible earnings and still look at it as that's a beat. It's much better than expected. Well, had they not laid off people, guess what? They wouldn't be even at the bad case that they're in, or the better case scenario that they consider as a beat. So unfortunate how the balances are considered or made. And they're calling it tight labor market and so forth and blah 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 and all that talk. Okay, what are you doing here, spy? Come on. Are you just considering, yeah, controlled selling right there? Market maker at its finest. And tapering. See the same thing over here. The buying, but this is different. This is to cool off all the indicators and the buying so that they can have much more, like they could keep this as support and push past it, as you can see right there. Will that be strong enough? We'll see now, because if this is the beginning of another one of these, um, then all we can say is show me the money. But this is important for them, for the Bulls right now. There we go. We're getting some movement now. Come on. We need the volume is not there. There we go. There we go. Do it to it. Still not there yet. To get more comfortable with the downside, I need to see it this next candle or to close somewhere below this. I don't know why my music tab is not loading up. It just keeps saying loading, loading, loading. Who needs music anyways, right? Come on. See? Let's go. Got about 13 more seconds. And we need this as bears in this case to close down here, right where that wick went. Two. We didn't get what we have wanted. Maybe we'll get it right there now. Come on. Ah, man. Mm. That no sleep part is getting to your boy, people. That coffee did help, though. Let's see, do we have any questions in here? No. Looks like everybody's going to sleep with AB as well. Literally, the volume is dead right now. Something is working out soon. Something is coming in. Either buying support out of nowhere would come, or massive dumper is being prepped. Okay, there we go. There we go. I told you something was coming up. Something is being prepared. That was a that was a very strong candle. Look, the bulls are trying to push right past that back that gain that as support, but this looks like a fake out right here that the bears trap the bulls in. Is it, or the trap is on the bears? I think it's the trap on is in the bulls. Where's the volume? This is a Thursday, not a Friday. We want to see some action. Okay. What are you guys getting into this weekend? All eight of you in here. What are you guys getting into? We could have had it all. Uh, let's see. What are you guys getting into? Said Pabloco. Going on a road trip to bring a friend's dog to a holistic vet. All right. Where, if I may ask? What part of this world or country? You guys probably missed my hookah today. Believe it or not, I didn't smoke one this morning because I didn't have time. I got up. I just wanted to make my coffee, get on for this live, get ready to get out of my Netflix puts quickly because the Netflix puts, like I told you, like the way that it works is one, getting it right is one part. Getting out of it at that huge set is another because a market could constantly do a rebound and retracement before the end of the week and they're expiring tomorrow. So yes, it did eventually continue to consolidate at a lower pace or lower range, but this move from here to here, that's it for me. I can't like be more like it's you're talking about hundreds of percents in the profit um, on that position. So I was very um, humble and of course appreciative of that um, you know, moment. Aha. Look at this. Another swing. Back massively into the profit. Let's see where this stops. I feel like it's going to be an exotic one. Let's see, maybe some retracement might come back to this line right here. And then, or this, and then continue another move down. I would like to see stuff like that. Oh, sexy lady. It was nice to know you, but I gotta move. You guys are getting hip to old school AB. Look at this. KJW is in the house, man. It's been a while. How you been, my friend? I am in Quebec, Canada, heading to a small town up north. What? Pablo Cor is Canadian? I didn't know this. I thought you were American. I mean, not that there's obviously we're both one and the same, but I'm shocked actually by this. I literally did think I wholeheartedly believed all along that you were American. Look at this. Owning the float is calling me. Should I answer? Hold on. Yeah, you're on the live, bro. What's up? Go for it. Yeah. Um, yeah, it wouldn't. There is slightly because there is always an odd like so. For example, let's say tomorrow it consolidates to the upside, then it just takes away a little bit from the value of the option because right now the time decay is counted in the extrinsic value that it's this low or you're this deep in the money and profiting, and on top of that there's still another day to go, so it's adding more fear to the sellers of that contract. So for example, the reason why it will be worth a little bit more, obviously the profit is profit, but it will be worth more now because it still has more time on it. And the fear is that it would go down further, or go up further, depending on what the play is, whether it's a call or a put. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if it goes right now, if tomorrow it gets to tomorrow and it's not actually much further down or any of that, then the time factor plays itself out. So if tomorrow or at the close is to close, um, not necessarily. So are you referring to the spy? Oh, okay, okay, yeah. So yeah, I know the SPY that normally goes through until like a little bit after four, the trading audit continues. But as you can see right now, the SPY is falling. I would probably wait and see what happens with the SPY to ultimately see what like what to do with that because they're both on the opposite end of the swing. However, I was doing massive down right now. That's very good. You're seeing it. By the way, like I said, you are on the live. So I don't know. Do you want me to tell the people to say hi to you? Hold on, hold on, hold on. All right, say it to them.
Are you seriously? We're seriously live right now?
Yeah,
Oh,
they can hear you. So say something. Say hi.
what's up, everybody? It's all good.
I love putting people on the spot, especially family. That's what it's all about, right? I took you off the speaker on that one. So, yeah, what you doing on in the float? You're making what?
Cheddar. Cheddar.
Oh man, wait for it. Wait for it.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, so I was wondering how far like it would go down because I know like usually when in the options, right? Are you?
Hmm. Yeah, at that point, you're the best person who say it. Best taking profits is paramount. If you want to make it less stressful, what some most of the times I do is when I'm up that big is I take my initial investment out, and then the rest is easy to carry at that point. Ye- Yeah, hell yeah, that's the luxury of being up that big. Men, men like Mike. I wanna be like Mike.
Like,
I can't complain, man. I'm spending a great time with the family, winning on the spy puts right now. Currently, they tried to play me earlier. The Bulls went a little more aggressive than anticipated, but then it was kind of like a trap for that moment. And now we went back down, and now we're heading in the right direction. So I'm just watching to see if we break yet this other minor little resistance right here to perhaps retest the low on the day at 452. That would be lovely if that was to happen. I think that is very possible, honestly.
was that 452.85 or something like that, right? Somewhere in there.
452.81. Yep.
81. Yeah. I was looking at that too, and I was like, okay. And so that's why I was like looking at it, like just all the way through because if it does retest and it breaks and keeps going to the downside, which would be obviously fantastic because I'm looking at 400% gains. Which
Yes.
is, obviously you can't be mad at that, but I'll give. I think it's worth being patient and getting back to maybe like 20-30% and still clearing 230, 240% overall. It's not too bad, man.
Of course. I mean, looking at it now, is you see clearly right now in the beginning of the day, we took a massive downturn in reaction to Netflix and Tesla, right? Then eventually the bulls attempted, or the market attempted a rebound, and it was very successful, a bunch of higher highs and higher lows, but then it broke out of that trend, that first trend. Right now it's trying to get right back into it as far as I could see right here, but I don't think that will be successful. I think those were big hits that they took earlier. On the at the end of the day, I think that it's interesting to see what happens within the next hour and a half. That will tell a whole lot as far as what they are going to take it into for tomorrow. If it's going to be slow downturns to possibly get it down to that 451 range to test 451 at the end of the week by tomorrow, that case ends up being the case, 451.38, then that would be easy to see that next week we're going to be testing the 450, which was our biggest resistance at the time and became our support. So if we break through 451 tomorrow, then we're definitely Monday breaking through 450 and perhaps coming down. And eventually that's like what I was actually saying earlier on the live, that we go down that range, then it will be refilling the 442 level, and that's when I would start going long again, personally.
It's right now the 453.70 some change. Is that like a resistance? Is that something that I can actually hold as resistance, or is that
I'd see
non-factor?
it's right here. It's like right now, it's not much. There's a minor resistance at 453. 46 is acting as support for the bulls, but this is just retracement because the selling is, you can see, like we went from 454.78 on a straight elevator ride down to 453.33 just a little bit ago.
Right.
Now it's just breathing, is like basically taking their foot off the gas for a bit. So unless this run right here, if the upside does not go necessarily back above 454, then this get ready for another pump on the gas. You know what I'm saying?
To the downside, right?
Yep, to the downside, indeed. So
I'm just gonna hold on to him. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna let these ride through all the way, and then I don't know, see where they're at, because I mean.
hell yeah. No, no, bro, nothing like that. Men like Mike, right? But anyways, it's about 12:44. I'll be leaving my live anyways in about next 15-20 minutes. So I'll hit you up. I gotta go make my afternoon prayers anyways. So I'll hit you up before I do so, and we'll look at it more from that perspective and see what happened by then. Spy Kids. Yeah. Hell yeah. You've been running around anyways, so you need that. I can only believe it, man. Again, men like Mike, right? All right, brother. I'll hit you up soon. Peace out. All right, that was the man, the myth, the legend. This is one of my brothers and one of my closest brothers, family. Um, much love for my man's Mike. Let's see here what we got. We are at 453.64. Damn, that time decay eats away at these premiums fast. Let's go. Consolidation, then breakdown. Where's the volume? Still 31. Market maker decided to just jump in and jump right back out. Come on, get it over with. Come on, you know it's dropping. We all know it by now. Get it over with. Stop taking away the family's time and my time, right? All right, Microsoft down 2%. Lucid down 3% on the day. Ape down 2%. Apple is also down like the SPY, understandably so. It's not much. Technically, still what is really holding the SPY up today. Let's see. Nvidia down 2.5%. Coinbase down 4%. Roblox 6% down. Wow. Meta is down 3%. That's huge. We talked about Microsoft, Netflix still. Unfortunately for Netflix, free falling. Oh man, I know that throughout this whole time, from the morning, from 9:30 all the way until now, there's probably some bulls out there, and this is not funny, but I just can't help but to think. Like the whole time they're like, okay, it's consolidating. Come on, give me some boom boom candles. Consolidating for a whole day in this range, that's nasty, especially for a stock like Netflix. Amazon down 3%. Whoa. Amazon just made a day low. I wonder what was reported. Is there some patent issues now? Amazon EU web content spat is all about gray areas. Okay. The 1.4 trillion e-commerce giant is fighting Brussels' decision to class it as a large online platform, and hence extra scrutiny given its size. Amazon's challenge at first looks like a long shot, yet the legislation's vague language creates scope for disputes. Okay. Whatever, Bezos. BBIG still no volume, nothing in that range. Oh, Tesla. Tesla on the bottom now again. Just made a daily high, a low, a new one right there. Bouncing off of it. Not very successfully. AMC, same place. GME, also same place. There's something about AMC. Let's see what blasphemy they say. AMC Holdings. Court order denying Alexander Holland exceptions. Court documents. That's actually interesting. We gotta read into that. When I get off from here, I'll read into that and maybe make a video later on. Uh-oh, the SPY is making the move again. Is it cooling off or is it making the move again? Come on, stop this barcoding idiocy. Perhaps trying to retest 454 again and then continuation to the downside. That's what's up, man. Much love to all my Canadian brothers and sisters. We got a bunch of family members here that are from Canada. We got Pantheon's from Canada. We got Shirley's from Canada. Pop Loco's from Canada. Who else is from Canada in here? Canada is a beautiful freaking region in the world, like a beautiful country. The landscape in Canada is just phenomenal. Okay, Tesla's looking like it's moving again to the downside. See that? Tesla cleanly closed the two gaps so far. One that it wasn't able to do yet, like this early this week, and another one also from last week. It covered it here, and now it's going down to cover this these last few ones right down here. There's one more right down here, 35. I don't know if it's gonna be exotically that much, but the next one is the about 263 before the bull cycle possibly hits again. See, so far it's making this. It looks like it's the beginning of a new cycle of higher highs and higher lows, but it's a very small one due to the lower volume. So we're gonna need to see what happens here. We're gonna need volume to come in. Of course, the criminals and the powers that be, mostly market makers, are taking a beautiful profits now, swinging as you can see here, all the crime here, here, all that right there, trying to massacre both sides, the puts and the calls, as much as they can. And ultimately, the people that will make money are the people that gets in at least at the right places. Not necessarily the strike price you get in; is about when and how much is the premium that you get in with, because that will play the ultimate role in how much money you will make or perhaps lose. Literally nothing. It's so disgusting. The volume. It's like it's a Thursday, not a Friday. God damn it. Tesla dropping again. Looks like it's trying to make another day low. 20 cents away from that. Almost there. Almost right there. Yep. Made a new day low. But look, that also hit the very same time into the SPY. Yes. Come on, market maker. You're not going to take away from me what is rightfully mine. Okay? Can't play me, bro. Cool, calm, collected. Look at that. Tesla is whew, about to touch 266. It's at 267 exact right now. Look at this. The SPY, like the bulls are just trying to not give up. You're still trying to fight. The market maker is telling you guys right here, right there. Stop falling into these traps. Save your monies. Save your premiums. Wow, 267 on the dot. Talk about safe landing, huh? Okay, what is happening here? Microsoft still in the same spot. Microsoft is what literally like a couple days ago is what pushed up the SPY, like, through the roof. That's right there. The single stock is what did what it did and made it do what it do. Meta down 3% still, same thing. SQQ up 5%, rightfully so on the day. What does not equate is this, the SPY being down 0.38%. Come on, market maker. I know you do not want to get exposed till perhaps the end of the day, but 5% up here on the SQQ, but only down 0.38% on the SPY does not make sense. It's criminal. Blame it on the crime. All right, let's see here. Now, this is rather interesting. Because Apple right here, as we can see, couldn't meet the high on the day again. It was on 96.47. It tried to make another run. It met this resistance at 195 and fell from it. Now it's consolidating. It looks like it could make, let's see if we have the same thing. Yeah, this consolidation right there. Let's look at the hourly. It hasn't tested 192.40, which means if they're not able to successfully right here go right back into the 195.57 range, they will be coming down to retest yet again one more time, either today or tomorrow, the 192.40. And that would either act as a triple bottom, which means very, very bullish, or they break through it. They come down here, fill some gaps that they missed from yesterday. Crazy runs, which again is not too far away at 188 and all that stuff. That's something that could entirely happen with ease. Carvana still, as you can see here, I was telling you guys back there, as soon as it broke out of this, throughout the day now, still going to make lower ones, lower movements. Come on, SPY. Do what you are supposed to do. Oh. Look at that. Could that be a mini Head and Shoulders on the 1 minute? This goes up to here somewhere, or 53.68 perhaps. Then yes, which means more downturn. The bulls are fighting tooth and nail for 453.33. They just don't get it. I just can't get enough. Just can't get enough. Apple broke out of all of that, retesting these wicks right here, which means eventually it's going to test the area of where it launched off from that previous. This is right now, Apple actually just is holding this level of the place that it ran up from, similar to the SPY when it rebounced and went above the support of, or the resistance of 454. However, the Apple wasn't as fortunate. They met the resistance and came right back down. Apple is holding 194.29 range as major support for now. And if it breaks through this, then you could definitely see it power through that 193.95, which is the low on the day. You know, I love you, love you, love you, love you, long time. Okay. Tesla did break through 266, 267. Now it's 266.56. It bounced off. And who knows if that's a rebounding moment or more downside is coming. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Tesla is way overly extended. Wow. AMC still 2%, GME 2%, almost. Disgusting low volume today throughout the market. This is not the volatility we all know and speak of. Look at this. Netflix showing some sign of life. All right. Let's see. Consolidation. Good. So far, we did not get yet fully the head and shoulders we were looking for as far as for bears, but it's still a very good sign overall for this consolidation phase. Looks like it's the beginning now of an up move, which could take us up to here, or 53.73 perhaps. Let's see. Unless it's the beginning of a new trend to the upside. All right, what's up with you guys? Let's see. We all almost went to sleep right now. All 10 of us, 11 of us. What's up with you guys? This low volume literally have put me and all of you guys to sleep. What should we look at? Is there any questions? Is there any stocks to look at? Let's look at some of the stuff we looked at from yesterday. BHG looks like a spaceship. GMPX, same shit. Lazar, got out of that ship. SoFi, did that yesterday. Hycroft is up 8%. It's not the cleanest, but there is the Head and Shoulders we are looking at. Shoulder, head, shoulder. Is very good. I like it. You guys like my accent? This is weird, AB, right now. um, never asleep, AB. Pablo, waiting to get out of these puts. Hello. What strike price are you on, Pablo? Yeah, I mean, Friday night comes in, I'll sleep. Normally, I take a little nap in the evening. I try my best not to do so that because if I sleep a little bit, I will stay up throughout the night until the next day morning. So it's all dependent on how. I mean, I got one more day, which is tomorrow, and then I can sleep throughout the weekend, enjoy my time. Excuse me. And and so forth and so forth. So like the weekend comes in, I don't look at stocks anymore. Friday/Saturday, I only look at stocks again on Sunday evening or afternoon after I finish with the family at night before I go to sleep to set up for the next week coming up. And Monday goes right back to the grind. I love it because also on Sunday I have a busy, kind of like a chill but a busy schedule where family slash do a bunch of errands for the week. Then third and most importantly, at that point is I overlook all what happened in the past week for my restaurant because I take care of all the paperwork. My brother manages and takes care of the restaurant. Once I deal with all of that, after that it's me time. Watch some movies, shows that I like, and fall asleep for Monday. Let's see. Are these wheat stocks ever going to take a big jump? Well, not all of them. I don't think. KJW. It depends on which. One company or one cup is different than the other. For me, I personally am in Tilray, Not that I'm promoting Tilray, but for me, that's the safest ship out of all the other ones because they're all are still shaky. It's waiting on a big reforming and all that stuff, but it's a long term kind of thing for me, like for Tilray. It is a meme stock. It is overly shorted. It's the apex of it's in that world. So I see more and more and more upside to it, and especially in these levels. But for long term, I'm not thinking like I'm not saying this, and I'm thinking like okay, next week or next month. I've been in Tilray since literally also like I've been averaging to it. I've been in and out throughout 2021 until now. But since 2022, I started like adding little by little around the lows and the all-time lows, and continuing with this year, ramping up on the next push. Pabloco, 452 tomorrow's expiration. I'm green, but I'm greedy. My kind of mindset, man. I love it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Pabloco. There's nothing wrong with greed. Especially when it comes at the expense of the market. Got a doji action here, which means a change of trend, perhaps to the downside. The only shitty part here is that look at this, like it's 1 o'clock, 1:15, and it's only 34 million the volume. Like this is nasty. This is what you call manipulation at its finest. Market maker knows that it wants to take it down. The whole entire market sees that it's going to go down, but it just wants to do it at a pace where here, by the way, you can see the head and shoulders right there, a little bit clearer, even though it's a little more extended on this side. But yeah, like they're doing it less so that they can not let the people on the put side, like you and I right now, Loco, profit much more exotically. Just nasty. And time decay will eat. Like for example, when the premiums were at whatever cost at like 454, now 453.50 is technically the same exact price as 454 about an hour and a half ago if the option is due today. You see what I'm saying? And that's how the market maker does their magic, if you want to refer to it as such. Netflix giving up on the day. The buyers are saying it's pointless. Just let it fall. We'll come back and claim it tomorrow or the next week or so. Amazon still in that range. Tesla. Wow. Wow. Not just 267, but 265. See, here's what makes literally so much like makes no sense at this point. The exotic movement down, and again, these two companies, Netflix and Tesla, had great, in my opinion, earnings. But the reason why I called that they were going to drop is literally not because it's the earnings. It was completely something else, which is again the fundamentals of the technicals of this movement of the stock. Follow the money, you see where the movement is going to go to. You don't follow the money, then you're always going to be stuck between the worlds of a he say, she say, what you think might sound good, and then you end up being confused because just like anyone else looking at those earnings, you'll be like, yeah, those are great earnings. Tesla beat just about every metric. And yet it dropped. And some pathetic minds would sit there and say the one thing that it didn't have a beat on is the reason why it drops 9% in one session, over $27. Of course, that doesn't equate to anything. At the end of the day, it's about what the whales are doing and what the market is trying to do and get out of the market and collect their profits on these massive runs that Tesla had throughout this past 2 weeks. It's just retracement. Nothing continues to just go up, 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 up and away. And the market maker is just at this point is he's pissing us all off right now in the SPY. Come on. You want to tell me 0.4% down so far in the day when the entire market is down, like Microsoft is down 2%. Apple is the only stock, and even there is down 0.5%. Come on. Come on, market maker. You could do a little better with your manipulation. Meta is down 3%. There should be no reason why the SPY itself should not be at the very minimum down 1.5%. At the very minimum. Yes, there's many other stocks that go into it and many other variables. Look, Tesla is continuing to fall to 64. Look what it's filling. You see this gap right here? All these lines. Look at that, baby. Wow. This is interesting, guys. In one day, it filled what I see as one of the last gaps, major gaps in the chart. There's yet another one at 258. If it wants to go there, I don't know. And close that, we'll see. Maybe by the close of tomorrow. But right here is where interestingly things get interesting and people would AB, not people, AB. And I'm not advising anyone will start thinking about going long again. But I need to wait to see a little more confirmation right here. I need to see it test this these few other gaps and see if it's just going down to close this or if it's also while it's at it going to go ahead and continue into a new trend for the next week or two to consolidate between these areas and then drop down to cover more gaps that it accumulated. And the last one that I see, at least for the foreseeable future, which was created back in June 8th, is at 236. That's for me at that. If we go to that extent, wow, that would be such a crazy swing back to the $300 range. Oh, holy shit. See, even these right here are great areas for getting in just for like a weekly or a daily, especially if it's in the money already in these areas. These are great areas. Eventually, everything will have to have a little consolidation moment where, as you can see with the SPY, for example, going down hard and then going right back up. So for Tesla, in my humble opinion, there will be small setups back to the higher 260s to maybe mid 270s and then dropping again. So there's ways to scalp back and forth this thing as it continues to go down if it continues to push past major supports or resistances. Look, they're pushing it. They're pushing it. What is exactly pushing this buy right now? What news got reported? DOJ says official of automaker group FCA US pleaded guilty to a felony as a result of conspiring to violate the Clean Air Act. Emmanuel Palma of FCA US withheld information from EPA regarding design, calibration, and function of emissions control system. Yeah. Let's pump out the market based on that news. Right? Big, big, big. This is a big momentum candle. Uh, Money, 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 money. Money. Oh man, that was almost an engulfing candle by the sellers. That would have made me extremely excited. Still a good sight, but that would have made me extremely excited. An engulfing candle, ladies and gentlemen, is when a candle engulfs the candle that precedes it. So basically, if this candle was to be bigger right here on the top, bigger on the bottom, which as you can see here is bigger on the bottom, but it's not necessarily big right there above it. That engulfs this, which again, that is, if it's green, very bullish. If it's red, very bearish for short-term analysis. Nevertheless, it prevented a higher high right there. So keeping the trend moving. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Mr. McCohen, where have you been? Yesterday's action was fun. Today's work, yeah, right? Mr. McCohen, what's up, AB and family? Just getting off of a roof, too damn hot, 125 up there according to the thermometer. What, your head thermometer or the actual thermometer? Because that's insane, man. Yeah, no, thank you, no thank you. I'm cool on that. You definitely need a cold drink now, don't you? All right, let's see what's happening here. Ape down 2%, Microsoft down still the 3%. Let's see what's the news. Stocks on the move, Microsoft copper miners, medical device makers. Lucid, a little rebounding. Carvana, still 15% in the red. Apple, 0.55%. Also is meeting that today's low almost. Did it? 193.95. Where are we at right now? 194.05. See, we're dancing around it. 193.98, just 3 cents above it. Well, I do think that we will go down and break it. I mentioned it a little bit ago. And here we go. Here we go. Am I the market whisperer? Look, it's saying nope. I'm rebounding. FUAB. Who likes Apple anyways? Forget Apple. I'm a Galaxy person, that's why. Ah. Okay, so the low is still 193.95. Not gonna sit here and stare at a penny back and forth. Average volume is 57 million normally, and we're only at 34 million. That's what you call crime, and it's 1:30. Got less than 3 hours to go on the day. Stop spoofing market maker to the last 5 minutes literally of the market. Next thing you know, they'll drop it out of the blue because they want to burn as much premiums and options as they can. Right there, a new one. What did I tell you? Who is the whisperer here? That's so weird. I know. Oh man, cancel culture will definitely now cancel AB. Like he's too weird for me. 3% still down on Amazon. Just made a low on the day as well, not too long ago. Tesla rebounding, see, from 264 to 265. Nice swing. Yet, that's only to raise the, in my opinion, just to raise the bring buyers in, grab liquidity, and again, trapping more buyers in. I don't know about these bulls. Like, I'm a bull sometimes and a bear sometimes. It depends on what the market is giving you. But some of these bulls are just, man, today's bulls are dumber than a peanut. No offense to anybody. Oh man. Last American instead of year. Wow. Apple is developing a car with Sony. Wow. What, to be able to play PlayStation? Yes, indeed, Alice. It is hot and dangerous. What is happening here? Are we getting some rebound? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Change of trends? Now, I was asking for more volume, market maker. I didn't say it in that direction. Jeez, oh, please. Okay. Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me. I see what he's doing. Burning premiums. Burning time decays. Got not much to worry about, Pabloco. See? Huge minute on that 5 minute candle. Huge engulfing candle right there. That's a momentum candle right there together. But on the short term, it's a little bit, again, this is not something that indicates for sure crazy reversal right there, because again, a reversal, I have different metrics personally. I would like to see 3 candles at least back to back with no wicks, uh, the same size as this candle right here, similar to this candle. So if this had another one and a third one, those 3 back to back would indicate a reversal for me. You know, one by itself, no, and then let alone having, like, see, this one by itself right here is a momentum candle. It did bring that with it. It brought the price down from 454.10 all the way to the 455 range. You know, that all that came with it afterwards. But it's not much. So is this too. The selling action. It's not too impressive. It is not too yeah, what's the best word here to put? Like, there's not, again, from the lack of the volume, it's just all controlled action. Trend reversal with a doji right there. This indicates a reversal in trends. right, let's see what you guys are talking about real quick. All right. Oh, you think it's driverless? Yeah, well, the leader in that range so far is Tesla, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Wow, disgusting action and volume today. Look, boom, boom. So he's taking it slowly into now trying to retest that 453, the bottom of this level, and then perhaps even the 454 again, and then again slowly bringing it down so that they can close the week on a much higher end, burning so many different premiums in the process because it's moving so slow. As you can see, the volume is nowhere to be found. 35 million. What is this? It normally is around like at 4 by the time it closes. Sometimes most of the times it's around 65 million and up, the very minimum. Being here is just there. And I don't want to get out at a very mediocre profit. Like Pabloco said, I am a little greedy as well in the market. Ah, what are you do? Let's see here. Apple made that low and is pushing up now. Meta still, Microsoft, and kind of still same areas. Netflix still same place. Amazon still same place. Tesla rebounding a little bit and it's taken right back down again. This is mind-boggling with the amount of liquidity that is coming out of the market. The fact that the the manipulation, here's how it's working out right now. The market makers or these powers that be, they're taking collecting massive profits from all over the market, and in doing so, they're also taking it and pumping it into temporarily into the SPY back and forth, pacing it through to make sure that it does not go over certain levels to burn both sides as much as possible, the bears and the bulls, and eventually land it to wherever they want it, the sweet spot at the end of the week by tomorrow. So let's see what ultimately they end up with. Is definitely like very controlled. The fact that it's here is just mind-boggling. That it's still up here. It's a miracle. Like those, it's not that the bulls are stubborn. There's no volume. There's a lot of spoofing that is happening, and it's just mind-boggling that it's still right here. Only down. I mean, it's exposed to many stocks, not just one. Like not just Tesla. But it's not a little drop that Tesla's going through. Also, Netflix So Apple, also Facebook, all the Magnificent Seven are all, um, you know, eating into the S&P 500. And normally, if one of them gets kicked, it's normally like react like to the SPY instantly. And the fact that it's um, all of them are red, massively red, and and the SPY is barely being exposed to it. Like, what other industrials are keeping the SPY up? Okay, I know definitely it's not the announcement of the it's not the announcement of the driverless cars by Apple. What do you guys think? Okay, there we go. Extreme controlled action. With this rise right there, they eat up time decay and premiums from puts, no matter what strike price it is. And then now bringing it like this, the calls are losing more of their value as well, especially the ones that are around the 453 and the 454 range, or the 452 range even. Like, see that right there? That's a beautiful candle, very volatile, but it's you see how like it's timed to come in, and you gotta be well ready for shit like this. Bulls will never learn. It's like when I'm a bull, I'm with my family. Look, little controlled buy action right there. No, that's what the market maker is telling you now. Ah, I'm thinking I'm getting it out with my profits, guys. I'm at 30% profit. Did a wonderful over 400% on Netflix this morning. And this is by no means any flex. And this is just showing you that you all could do this and much more if you truly open yourself up and expose yourself up to the true side of the market. Not no stupid talk about fundamentalist talk and all this stuff. Again, the news are the news. The money is what really moves the markets. It will take, I don't care what guru you talk to or self-proclaimed guru that you talk to, the money is what moves the markets completely. I don't care how powerful or strong a fundamental of a company is or how weak. So these people who went and read a couple of books or even went to school and they were branded and like engraved in the back of their head in business school or whatnot of how to look at things. Yes, that's cool and all for office life, but in reality, in actuality, it doesn't hold a piece of bread. It's all about the numbers. It's all about the money movement, the flow, and ultimately what. Let's see right here. Look, they're buying again right here. The bulls are just not. Oh my God! Watch this next drop. This next drop is definitely gonna bring it right down to perhaps the lower 453, perhaps breaking down to the 452. But yeah, so like it's the crazy part is like these people would talk with so much confidence and like in over their nose and heads to basically make themselves believable, and it works on so many people. And when things don't roll out that way, they always have an exit strategy. They literally all have an excuse. Always. If you saw one thing in common, they always have a freaking excuse to whatever thing. They never own up to what they freaking say. They never own up to anything, and they're more usually wrong than right. And those are the recipes to see recipes of something that you, for me, if I'm evaluating something, if it's more wrong than right and it's constantly making excuses or different cases and always having an exit strategy out of being wrong so that they are not wrong. They always have an exit strategy. They always have a blame for the market maker or whoever, or uh, eventually, who knows who else it will be. Then that's a recipe for a drifter for me, and a grifter. So therefore, I don't, I cancel that right away. I might entertain if I'm in the mood of entertainment, laughing. You know, I want to be entertained. I go to a circus. I'll go to a party. I'll go to have some fun, but I'm not gonna go get no financial advice and listen to. Not that they all give financial advice. We all claim the no financial advice divinity card. But if I'm gonna try to implement something in the back of my head about how markets work and technicals, then I need to I need to make sure that it's coming from a place that does make sense and it is actually uh, like you can actually see it work. What's the announcement for me prayer? I will sit here for another 4 minutes, but then I have to go do my prayer duties, family. Yaka Fredo, what's up, brother? Nice to see you, man. Alice, true, true, true. Thank you, my friend. Mm, 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 mm. Oh shoot! What am I doing here? Why did I move that? No, it wasn't there. Okay, I'm gonna move it down here, anyways. Meta down 3% now. Apple still trying to come up again. Again, even Apple is down at 0.5%. Uh, Nvidia down 2% on the day, but it definitely have rebounded from the lows of the day. It was 453. Yikes. That was down here. Tesla's Elon Musk has tremendous respect for Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang. Yeah. One a-hole to another. The volume is still at 36 million. Look at this. The volume only comes on 1 or 2 wicks like this, complete control tampering. As you can see in the red side here, they let the bulls come in, like a bunch of bulls. And then they take one swipe. They take one of them as hostage. Oh man, this is disgusting. Come on, I gotta go pray, eat, change, maybe some rest. So let me get out of my position at the place that I want, or I could just continue to hold it until further notice, till the end of the day. It's all right for me. Yeah, on the larger time frames, this is just beginning um its movement to the downside. So basically signaling and what kind of week you are expecting next week, or even today, later on today, and later on tomorrow even. Okay, crypto is not doing anything extra. AMC 2.5, GME 1.5, Tesla at 8.5. Tesla is trying to commit a rebound. 264. 21 was the low on the day. What was the low on this? 119. Yeah. Workhorse, what doing? Amazon, choppy. See, look, even Amazon, volume 30 million right now. The average is 63. It's 2 o'clock, 2 hours to go. What are they going to open the doors, like the flood doors, in the last 2 hours or so, in the last hour? That is so market maker like, though. Still at 36 million volume. This is why the market maker should always be the as okay, as much as we don't trust our system, but I would rather the government, or in other words, the SEC, being the market maker rather than being an actual private individual that has exposure to the market, and they could actually manipulate the market due to the fact that they have a lot of cash flow and a lot of capital to go ahead and hedge in favor of their personal, um, you know, uh, investments, and take care of their own and themselves. So, like, you can't, no matter how honest they are, I just don't see how in the money markets in the world where someone like a market maker is going to be like, yeah, it's fair. I'll take a few $1 billion loss. It's okay. It's only fair. No. Like, I'm an honorable individual. Like, of course, that's why they are the wealthiest people in the on the planet, uh, and make the most amount of money in the planet because they gotta steal most of it from the world. So it should always be the government so that the public can always hold them accountable. You going after Ken Griffin would basically, a person like Ken Griffin would technically be more of either a sacrificial lamb, but since he's the biggest lamb out of all lambs and sheep in the system, it's going to be hard that the system will sacrifice him unless it's like a Madoff situation where it's there's no other, like he will be, like there will be so many people slaughtered before they get to him. You see what I'm saying? And big part of that is because his money that he's stealing, he's paying off people. So he's stealing from us, siphoning wealth away from retail and the public, the people who have no voice, and we only have an outcry. That's it. That's all we can do. And that's why the system is like, okay, yeah, the cry zone is in this area. Go submit your letters and speak to your Congress members and your representatives of your state and all that stuff, because that does a lot of work. Um, and then that very same person would easily be shut, or mouth is stuffed with money coming from people like the Bezos and the Musks and the Griffins and all that. So therefore, it's more like, okay, you stole 50 million or you stole 100 million. You stuffed in my pocket as I came to ask about it. Was told by my people in the state to come and ask about it, and in doing so, you put, like, as soon as I came asking, knocking at your door, you put $1 million in my back pocket, or 500,000 into my charity of choosing. And next thing you know, I was like, okay, yeah, I gotta keep my mouth shut. I didn't know you were gonna slide that right there. It's kind of like a tip. Just keep it on the hush, bro. Just Eat. If you want to stay in your post, just eat and let me eat. I'll let you eat a little bit. I'll take care of you. Who cares about these people? That's the way they see it. Look at this. Again, same crime yet again, tapering and controlling the price swings. We got 37 million in volume, people. Ding, 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 ding. Much love, AB family. Yeah, well, much love to you then. You're in the family. Plus DWAC. Yes. Channel of Truth, perhaps. Okay, there's a little doji right there. Let's see what that doji is meaning. A reversal from that particular trend, perhaps the upside. So now we might see a little more to the downside. Come on, market maker. Yeah, I know I'm talking about you. You're like, you know what? You're gonna keep talking shit about me. All right, mess with you then. I'll show you what's up. Unless you start talking good, nah, you can't buy me out, bro. Look, like he's listening. You either let me out at my price, or you risk me doubling down now. What's it gonna be? Market makers talking to the other market makers. You think he mean it? Nah. Like Ken Griffin sitting like, nah, I ain't worried about him. Look at this BS. Larger volume today. I love the site. Okay. Want us to look at it? Let's take a look at DWAC. Oh, where is it? DWAC, DWAC. Yeah, it is twice as much as what it normally does. Down 1%. The 52-week low is at 1234, which is not too far away from here. Let's see where we at as far as averages. Let's look at the 1 hour. Divergences. This was a huge move right here that happened on the 6th of July or 5th of July. Something happened. I don't know what it was. Something happened then. And right now is retracing. We want to see by probably by the end of this month, we need to be able to see it hold above the $13 range. I want to see it hold above $13 in order for me to confirm that it's indeed, or going up. Now it could technically go down to 1265, which is even better because that would close this gap right here that I see is very minor. 1265, 1268. But if it does, that would be amazing. If it doesn't, like I said again, that was some great news that came on the 6th of July. Not bad. I remember when DWAC ran last year or the year before. It was last year. I played in some options with it, and then Fun, PHUN. I played in that too. I had some fun with that one. Those two on like momentum trades. I remember UAC ran up to what it was like 100, like over a year and a half ago. Yeah, there was like some moments where it ran over 160 or 164, if I'm not mistaken, in the pre-market hours, and then it dropped in the market hours. I remember it, and then that same day, Fun Tupperware was being played as well. Made good profits on those companies. Okay, what are you doing? Nvidia still down 2.3. Apple coming back. So 194.35 coming back. Wow, look at that. Caravana, another low on the day. 16 and a half, almost 17%. SQQ is doing what it do. Meta is down 3. Lucid is down 3. And Microsoft is down still around the same area of 2%. Amazon around almost roughly 3%. Tesla 8.5%. Still trying to survive and prevent going below 264, which I think again that was perfect on the day. You couldn't even get more perfect. As I showed you guys earlier, like the fact that it closed like one, no, only one, but one, two, and then three gaps right there. Which I think it's not the cleanest, the third one, but it's right there. It's right up there with it. It's the gap is technically around 263.25, so it's not bad. Now it's either could do some sort of reversal heading into next week, consolidate tomorrow, or it could come down to close yet another gap, but not move too volatile after its earnings report. Be down another $30 within the next 2 to 3 weeks. That won't be out of the question. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, oh, the market maker is letting it rip. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, you just waited until now to do this. Okay, now I get to start thinking, should I do it to him or not? That's not gonna hold. Look at this. All this crime. Dirty criminals. Wow. The Bulls are trying to fight. Putting on a good fight. I can't deny. This right there, they can't fight that. And that right there is an engulfing candle, ladies and gentlemen. That right there is what brought this pain. And this is going to bring more pain. Okay, let's see. All right. I am almost there personally. I really have to go and do my prayers. Don't hold me back, market maker, because my Lord is not going to come second to money. Drink some water. And I'm so exhausted. I need some sleep. Family, if there is any questions that anybody might have, this will be a wonderful opportunity right now to bring them through, because I will take this last final few moments on the day to do that. It's 2:05 right now. If there's any questions, please put them through so we can spend the final moments doing that. Right. 38 million. More is coming down. There we go. I like seeing that. Give me more profits. Give me more profits. Let's see. What? Okay. I will pray at 3 for you. Thank you, Alice. Always need it. I'll pray for all of us as well. What's your best method to time entries? It's different, Pabloco. Good question, by the way. That's a very great question. It's very different from play to another. So for example, what works with the SPY does not necessarily work for the way that it moves with other stocks. Yes, the SPY is exposed to most of these. It's a basket of the ETF of the S&P 500. However, many other stocks like Netflix, for example, it, being in the money with the SPY, knowing how the manipulation of the market makers know that so many people are turned to the SPY. Almost every day trader messes with the SPY, and having that much concentration, the market makers in like back about a year, 2 years ago, it was lovely to play with the SPY. Yeah, of course, corruption was always there, manipulation, but it wasn't to this extent. Now it's like walking on land in a landmine, because you'd really have to have your technicals ready, set and go with the SPY, knowing when to go in. Even then, sometimes you could be still going against the time, the space and time, because again, the market makers and the powers that be control, as you can see, time in this case. Yes, the price could end up somewhere, but if they control how fast or how slow it goes there, that will play a complete different role and a play within your investment. I mean, as you can see here, it's more telling. Like, it doesn't even need a genius to come and tell the world what is happening here. The entire market is selling off, collecting profits, while the one basket that is exposed to the entire market just about is literally barely hurting. Like it's like a consolidation day. Like there isn't any sell-off, and it's not like any of them is keeping it up. Like what, maybe some banking, Blackstone's earnings, and Capital One's earnings. That's enough to keep this at least hanging there. The Magnificent Seven, all those stocks, Meta, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Tesla. What am I also missing? Nvidia, and like Netflix is even one of them. It's not one of the Magnificent Seven, but it's up there. Like all those are down, and what, the SPY is barely like what? Okay, down $1.76, but down 0.38%. It's very, 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 very hilarious that that's being the case. And eventually you will see at the end of the day, it could be around 552.80 or 552.50, or it could be a little bit below it to set it up for tomorrow. Or at least if they stay in this range right here, they could land it on tomorrow, could break through that 452.82, just like you see here. Basically, the SPY was all about the open today. At the very open at that run, and then the dip, like the rebound, filling this gap right here at 455, and then the first initial dip to 452, tried to rebound, and then it's been just consolidation since then. It's basically kind of like a joke at this point. Maybe some people made money here, we could have made money there, but that was the play right there, at least for the day, at least for the time being. Now, the market makers, of course, controlling the magnitude, or these institutes are controlling the magnitude of how they drag it down slowly, kind of like a slow drowning method. It is, though, setting up nicely now to perhaps drop very, very, very strong. So as far as time entries, let's go back to that question. Sorry, I had to give you that explanation in the background first. As far as time entries, like I said, it's different for this particular stock right here. As far as Microsoft or any of them, I always like any other play. I always like to look at multiple time frames. I look at the 1 minute, I look at the 2 minute, the 5 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, daily, 4 hour. Look at all of them and see if you find any clues, any shapes that could equate to something that could, give you like some intel on something that you don't see. In the same time, I look at there's so many different ways using, whether the candles formations like this or the Heikishi method, or I can't believe it that some people even use lines, but I guess the line method. AI being used for hacking and misinfo. Top Canadian cyber officials say routers. Yeah, okay. On top of that, there is other things to look at too. Looking at certain resistance and support levels, have to be able to define these, and supply zones. Supply zones, I can't stress that enough. It's more beneficial than just support or resistance. Support and resistance is good. Ultimately, it's kind of like going to a competition, and you want to be as prepared as much as possible. That's the mindset I would say go into it as. So therefore, you look at all the time frames. As many time frames as you look at, it paints a better picture. As more resistance and support levels that you paint as well, you paint is going to paint a better picture. On top of all that, also happening to see where certain supply zones, most recent, where the stock either sold off or was rebought immensely, then that also speaks a high story, or it tells you a lot. So all these combined together, my friend, will ultimately paint the most educated picture to you. Because again, yes, I'm the first person to tell you that no one is perfect in trading, but I will never sit here and make excuses like these grifters out there who would say, oh, like out of 10 things they would say, 8 or 9 things will be completely wrong, and they'll make excuses about it. And the rest, the one thing they hit right, then it's breaking news for the rest of the community and the rest of the year at that point. I don't, and I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about, or who I'm talking about. You guys come across many individuals who are probably like that. It's up to you to determine what it is. But ultimately, like I'm telling you, man, paint the best picture as you can by looking at so many different time frames, not particularly one or two. Be able to see the supplies like this, for example, right here. Seeing that there was massive controlling in that price right there. See, this is a consolidation zone right there, and happens to be a down. So basically, what the market is telling us right here, simply, is this 454.77 is too expensive. They decided to battle each other, the bulls and the bears, buyers and sellers. And it's telling us that 454 on this day, just today, 77 is too expensive for the stock. So therefore, that's when it dumped highly. Now you can't use that just at any place. You got to look for certain major drops on the day or rises to see where that is. In the same time, you saw that 452.81 is a major cheap or steal for the day. Now that did define the whole day. Now we're coming to the end hours to define what will be the algorithms or what will be going into tomorrow. Will we break through this, and then the bulls will have to be fighting for something much larger than just this? Because if this gets tested right here, which by the way, exactly landed today at this line that I drew, guys, for you. We drew this long time ago, not just recently, not today. We drew this long time ago. And 452.81, look, sat right on it. That's a major, it used to be a major resistance, now is support for them, major support. So personally for me, I'll be getting out with my order here somewhere because I do not want to retest and go through it. It could very well break it and lead it into tomorrow, which means tomorrow they'll be fighting for the 451.38 support zone. Ultimately, I'm happy with what it takes and what it gives me. Right now, I'm up 55% on that position. The most important thing to me was that my Netflix and Lazar, LAZR position. Look at this. It's playing out as I told you guys earlier. Yeah, we had that little scare up there, but that was calm, cool, and collected because, again, my technicals can't fail me. That's just the way you got to believe in yourself, believe in what you see. Right now, we're testing that. I am about to perhaps see if it rejects it and basically goes right back up. For me, it's worth it. I'm highly in the profit. So I want to see the rejection and bouncing back up. Then I'll get out with very good profits. Roughly, probably, if it bounces up strong, I would probably go off with a 40%, not a 55% gain. But if it does break it with strength, then I will be leaving with a good amount. What did we just move? We just moved one of the lines here. Beat this. Never. Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me. Oh. On. Nasty. 39 million still. Volume. This is so disgusting. Meta down 3.5% now. Apple made almost, no, it almost contested with that low that it made back here that we witnessed together. Remember our special moment of the day, guys? The Apple whispers. Amazon 3.5%. Tesla's trying to rebound. SPY, it's going to react probably late to the massive drop in of the market that happened there, but it's going to do it at the end of the day. So most people are either out or it won't be too cost effective for the market maker. You do what you do, bro. You do what you do, market maker. You know my threats. You know I mean them. You know when I say something, I mean it. There you go. Yes, give me that. Give me that. Yeah. Come on. Yes, break through that shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what AB technicals talk to you. I'm whispering to the spy now. Guys, I witnessed in history, well, not history, daily history. And it's going to break, like I told you. So far, it's going to retest. However, it's a great time to collect half. Who's your daddy? Disclose 60. Sold. Woo! Boy, what a day today. Boy, what a day. Let's see. Wow. The crazy thing is this thing is primed to now retest, like test the 452.08 level down there. But I have mine expiring today. See, look, even more profits right there. To me, it doesn't matter. When I made 95% on my position, like what more can you ask for? Think of it like this. I put in 2,000, I made $1,900 back. And while I'm having fun with the family and everybody else, the Netflix was just out of the proportion of how well amazing it was. LAZR was beautiful as well. As you can see here, there will be some sort of ramping up, like retesting this area, but leading into tomorrow, the fight will be through here. And if it breaks this, I will be one of the first people to report to you, and then also play along and have some fun with it, family. Please, please don't hate AB. I am a mere player in the game, and I just wish the same for everybody. I would love for all of you guys to be doing this, enjoying what you do, make money, have fun, see that it makes sense. I'm not sitting here grifting you after hours, telling you what I think about, oh, the release of this, the release of that. No, I back up everything I say with receipts and talk. I even back it up live, not with prediction behind the scenes and then forget about it in a different video. Let's just hope everybody forgot about it or whatnot. I want you guys to learn. I want you guys to make money. Pabloco, congrats to you. Money Mike, not Magic Mike, but owning the float. Congrats to you as well for your money. Make your ish, man. Like taking it from these people, taking it from the market, the corruption. There is methods to it. Look, we're retesting that again. Look, I was very satisfied having 90% gain on my position. Yeah, they did do this BS over here, a little overextended, but they captured, with doing that, they captured a lot of, they made an amazing bull trap. Bulls fell into that. We called it out here. You guys have been witness to all of this. And you will see tomorrow's battle will be between this zone. These lines have been drawn all on. I'm not just here coloring and whatever, or speaking out of my behind, telling people that, hey, this is the way I see it. I learned from a lot of gurus and all this stuff. Man, F the gurus. It's all about the money movement. You track the money, you do your right technicals, you see what makes sense. Look for like formations on the charts, and it's all gonna make sense. Believe me, people, what people say, what some of these idiots, I'm sorry to say it like this, say about that, oh no, you will get slaughtered on the options chain, or you will get slaughtered, this is wrong, like you're just gonna do this, or whoever tells you anything about that stuff is speaking because they don't understand it. They are counting on telling the people, similar to, you know what, I have a good example. You know, when those people who believe in this voodoo magic and all that stuff, so you can, like, anything can get off on those people. If somebody comes, you know how many magicians conned people out of telling them that they can raise the dead or they could do this and they have extraterrestrial powers and whatnot. You know, who does that get off on? Does it get off on everybody? Hell no. It gets off only on a certain group. And what I'm trying to get to you, the example I'm trying to get to you, is the people who are trying to scare you away from the market or constantly just saying manipulation. We understand manipulation is there. Manipulation is in everything. When I go to the grocery store, there's manipulation. When I go to the gym, there is manipulation. Everything in life has a form of manipulation in it. There is manipulation everywhere. You just have to know where your sweet spot is and how to take your piece of the pie out of it. Doesn't mean if everything is manipulation, that means go jump off a bridge. So therefore, you got to be able to see, like, when these people are throwing these random ass things, like, you know, saying, oh, the market is just rigged, don't be in the market, or we're not going to be in the market, or moving piece to piece, day to day. It makes no sense. It pains me to see the fact that these people have like thousands of people watching them and like downloading all the garbage. Sorry, I hit the earpiece. Downloading the garbage that is being fed to them, and they're eating it and saying, oh my God, that tastes good. That makes sense. That tastes good. Because I think people are all going off of appearance, or people are going off of the fact, like, I don't know, like maybe I don't like this guy because he's an American Arab. Maybe he's whatever it is, whatever the case may be. He looks young. I don't like his hat. He's a restaurant owner and an entrepreneur who owns different businesses. Whatever the case may be, when there is knowledge being given to you as an individual, and I'm giving you guys a lot of things that I don't expect anything in return. I just would love to see as many, many more people successful, and I would hate to see the wrong ideas and wrong facts, opinions, not facts, fiction, being the standard that flourishes around the community. Believe it or not, family, the AMC and the GME communities are so far behind when it comes to the rest of these other communities that are well adversed into the rest of the market. Like the ones, like you see some of these other communities who don't even talk about meme stocks, the ones that invest in NVIDIAs and all this stuff, and they just all this stuff. They're so much far ahead, and I see a future for us in that, because we have high tolerance to the corruption that they don't even have. So we have what it takes to become much even better traders than these other communities. But as we speak right now, it's unfortunately the opposite of that, because many of our community are just sitting there wanting to listen to content that tells them probably what they want to hear. That's it. Or gives them the narrative that they want to hear, which is unfortunate because you're not learning. It pains me to know that it's been 3 years and there are so many people in that community that have literally either knows how to just make an order or sell an order. But beyond that, they don't know anything else. And it's not that that's like, perhaps you could call it as their fault, and it's not their fault, but I've always told everybody to hold your sources to a higher standard so that you can grow with them as well. So it's either that they grow and you force them to grow so that they can also, you can grow along with them. And that way it's an ecosystem where everybody's benefiting. That's the way I see the world. But if it's just certain, if it's just like positive only for one end over the other, then it's that's not the way that life should be, you know, at least not the way I see it. I want the best for everybody. I get emotional because this works. I see these things work. This talk of just hooligans and oh, there's just the corruption is too much. No, it doesn't end there. You can work your way around the corruption and freaking walk out on top with with your head held up high and very happy and feel a purpose too. But sitting there waiting for them and continue to wait for them and blaming them and let them hit you, hit you, hit you. It's kind of like looking at a bully and completely crying about that bully, looking for somebody's help, and then waiting for somebody to come in, or sometimes continue pretending like that the bully is not even bullying you, but doing nothing about it. And again, hell no, not on my watch. None of you in the family here is going to be down with that. That's why it's always going to be all of us moving forward. I tell you guys literally just about anything you guys ask, anything you want to know about, I tell you guys all about it. Look at this. Look at this. I could have been up probably another 50% on top of the 90 on this. Look, it tested where? Look where it's testing right now, the 452 level. Said either today or tomorrow. Look at it. Where are we at now? Where is it rebounding? Look at this resistance. Where is it coming? Right at this line. I'm doing all this stuff in front of you guys on live. Go to these other places and show me where they would call it out in a day in advance and tell you, for example, Netflix, my prediction, dumping in the after hours. Tesla, even with great earnings, dump. Both of them dump, massive dump. Seeing here on the live like this, look, drawing these lines and calling the price ahead of its time. And I'm not making my head bigger, as big as it is already, right? But this is the time for deflation now, because I'm inflated a lot already. Let's deflate now. I have much better deflationary tools than Jerome Powell and Janet Yellen and them and everybody. They should take a lesson from me. But as you can see right here, it's bouncing off over here. It's trying to keep this fight for tomorrow, perhaps. But again, there's still time. It's 2:30. Excuse me. There's another hour and a half. It's just letting in some more buys. The bulls are trying to fight tooth and nail for this level, because if that's not won, then you're talking about tomorrow even much lower or below. It took some time, but it got done. And that's what it's all about. I want each single one of you to perhaps every single time, every day we do this, to learn, and hopefully as much as you can, and walk away with as much as you can from this, because I personally can't even guarantee how long I'll be around. I want to leave the family with a lot. My intentions are not to go anywhere and to be around. But as you guys can see, this takes time. Like you see, we've been here on for about 4.5, almost 5 hours today, and it's 5 hours of absolute madness and love. And I would trade it for nothing in the world, honestly. All of you right here, all 13 of you right here are family. I would love to be showing this to the masses, because sitting up here and start emotionally talking, I see these other bases and these other places where they emotionally rant about things. They never come to fruition, and they rant about things that don't learn anything. It's just reporting about hype bullshit. They count on your emotions and they prey on those things. They prey on your emotions. They expose to you this, okay, it's like an educational program, learning who's doing what to who's sleeping with what, but how's that financially benefiting you? That's the question. That's the question you always got to be asking. If it's not financially beneficial in you, then that's the way I see things. If I'm not being financially benefited from this, because I'm learning some new tacticals and new ways, new tools that I can use to go ahead and financially better my life and my position. Instead, when I'm hurting with this because they've hurt everybody in the meme stock movement, what are these places that are hoarding people by the masses doing? Just giving them hope, telling them, oh yes, this is gonna break. The market is breaking on next month. It happened for 3 years, 12 months every year. Um, in that time, you could be taking care of yourself, and that way you would not feel the strain of what this corruption that is happening to our favorite meme stocks is doing to you and to your investment. You can leverage your losses. You can leverage your position. You can handle, you can actually average down more. You don't have to put a strain on your family and your loved ones if you went ahead and we YOLO'd in back in 2021 or whatever, 2022, through the market itself. Now, I understand many of you react to some of these other people who, are sitting there and making fun of people and calling out yes and all this stuff. And you know what? I'm not a person who calls out people's by names, but I'm gonna do this, okay? Once upon a time, I made a post on Facebook on an AMC group, and they are massive pushers of the yes agenda. So somebody, Mr. McCohen isn't here. You probably remember that. You were in that group. I posted something about the reverse split, my opinion, rightfully mine, and instantly I get posted upon by a few people. Many people liked it, and many people joined, and liked the opinion that I've shared. And only a few were basically, I call them shills. The reason why I call them shills is because the way they go about taking your opinion. If you're not down with their agenda, they try to shit on you. And I'm not the person to do that with. I don't play that stuff at all, because I will put people in their place, and I will bottle you up, put you in a tuna can, and ship you on your way. So one of these people, one of the first people that went on there and talked crap was the Phil for Real guy, okay? Character. He goes on there and he was like, shut your mouth, damn shill. He doesn't know me, and I don't know him. He knew of my girl, and he basically was, he knew me from far away, and he used to ask people, oh, have him hit me up, let him follow me, please, and all this shit. Whatever the case may be, I never respond. However, this person, I said to him, I said, hey, this is AB. Are you sure you mean what you just said, shutting my mouth and all this stuff? He was like, I don't believe it. He thought that is some profile that took my picture and put AB Investments on it. And I was like, he was like, prove it. And I was like, a person, such and such. How about that? Do you still keep that word? I just want to know so I know how to handle you now. I want to give you the chance. See, I'm a good guy. I'm a cool guy. I give people their chances. Even if you go wrong in a little bit and stray away, I give you a small period or a small leeway to gather your emotions correctly and see if you were wrong, straighten you back up on the right cause. Because it's not about going fishing for headache and drama for me. It's about making sure that we grow. Whatever it is that I'm part of or get involved in, we have to grow out of that. We learn something new. And when I said that, he didn't respond for like 2-3 hours. So I responded back to him, this time more aggressively. And I said, what's up, man? Did the cat bite your tongue? Are you scared to talk back now? What's good? I told you, this is AB Investments. Let me know if this talk is to me or if this is about me. If you're telling me to shut my mouth, so I can let you know exactly where you belong and what you are when it comes to the investing world. He didn't respond. Not even 10 minutes later, I get banned out of that Facebook crappy group, the communist group, we'll put it this way, because they were only pushing for the yes vote. If you didn't say yes to the yes vote and you're not pushing that agenda, you are not there. You can't be there. You remember Mr. McCohen. And then eventually, nothing was said about it. You didn't go on your YouTube and say nothing and all that. The point that I'm making here is some of these characters, some of these clowns, they call good men clowns and they try to make fun of them and all that stuff. And sadly, do you know what that reflects? The pathetic, overwhelming majority of our community, or the amount of ignorance that coexists within our own community, is that when you disagree with something, the way that these people react and go about it is by tarnishing, completely talking crap. Okay, I'll bring a brother Frankie Muhammad, for example. He speaks his brain, right? His mind. It's his right. It's his opinion. The man served the country, was a police officer, a retired one. Clearly, a man is a good man, whether he's, you see, okay, for me, I agree with him. For you, you might not agree with him. But how you go about your disagreement shows what kind of community we are. And instead of that, unfortunately, when the yes crowd and the side, they expect the no to be the biggest angels on the planet or to ever exist, while they can get away with just about any satanic idea or process. So when he goes and starts making fun of certain people and starts talking about crap and all that stuff, he sees a lot of following. He sees, like, he was dead for years. Nobody cares about no, because he's got nothing to offer. There's nothing in that channel except what? Some dead beats and tracks and shit like that. It has nothing to do with AMC. But unfortunately, when he starts degrading and tarnishing people, people are supporting it. This is what you mean about being together, apes together strong and divided weak. If that's what the yes crowd, for example, if that's what the values that they stand for, then I am so freaking happy that I'm not on that fucking side. So you guys are freaking disgusting. You're sitting there making fun of somebody. It's his opinion. He's an investor in the company. You don't like it because you want to expose yourself to your funny small $400 or $500 in ape so that you can possibly expose yourself to making $1,000 or whatnot. People can fucking make that in fucking 20 minutes. You guys seen it here on live today. Like, get the hell out of here, man. It pisses me off because if this is the values that we speak of, and I'm being hard on the community right now. I'm being aggressive on the community because where does this show unity? Unity only if you agree with me. If you don't agree with me, then no. I will. My job becomes, my number one idea or motive is to hurt you, tarnish you in public, in front of everybody. And I kept holding back, but this moment, enough is enough. So I had to bring it out. I had to get it out. So for each and single one out there that thinks that they want to make fun or talk shit about a no vote or any of the other content creators, make sure you hear this and you know this, because if you want to talk market, you want to talk trading, you want to talk this, you can talk as much as you want to blab about and talk with a loud voice and scream for like 1 hour. Look, market maker doing this and market maker doing that. And JP Morgan paid the settlement for this. You can do all that. I'll leave that shit for you. You're the showman, all of you. But when you want to talk market and you want to talk trading, then you come and take a lesson or take a course with me, okay? To each single one of them out there. Don't come and start making fun of these people. Don't talk about any other content creator that I consider family, I consider friends. All these people. And again, by the way, it goes for me as well on the same side. It goes for me on the same side for other people. Like even on the no side, if you engage in that stupidity, where if they're making fun of you, you got to make fun of them, and it goes back and forth, then you're falling only in their traps, and you are just as fool as they are. So, Brother Frankie Muhammad, kudos to you of how you handle it. You never went out of your way. You constantly held it up professional. You speak your mind. No one will ever have the goddamn right to tell you to keep your mouth shut or make fun of you and tell you what it was supposed to be correct or not. Because at the end of the day, if we were to expose their chests of bones, then there's enough people out there that have exposed that, and we know what kind of individual we're talking about here. Individual that have done major crimes to humanity and as a human. So that's the last thing. And we live in a time where the criminal is held up to a high standard and held up high, and the innocent is actually proven guilty. That's the time that we live in. So either way, I know there's good people on this side, and I know there's people on that side. If you want to make it one side, there is that one side. Look at what my friend Pantheon talks about. It used to be good times where we were just one community and all this stuff. You gotta be able to accept. He threatened to shoot you, man. fake hood. Uh, don't get me started, Pabloco. I've already gone way on above and beyond than what I normally do. But ultimately, there is that one side. If somebody does not agree with you, as long as they're investors, and I say this so many times, you guys fact check this part. I always say, we all, whether you're yes or no, as long as you're invested in AMC, you're on my side. However, when you got people who only search, you agree with me, then welcome, you're good. You don't agree with me, you're a shill. Let's tarnish you. Let's open up these campaigns to bring you down and hold you down. At the end of the day, you think like most of these, the funny thing to me is that most of these creators and content, whatever, this is all what it is for them. It's all about YouTube. This is their one and only shot. They're not traders. You don't see them talk about no trading and showing anything that makes sense and actually show something that does show up. Look at this. Look at this. Where is it at right now? Who was talking about all this? Who was showing all of this? I know it's all YouTube or bust for many of these characters. Maybe perhaps that's the only way that they can survive. Maybe there's perhaps whatever. Everybody has different struggles, and I'm not going to bring more struggles to somebody or point down and push down on somebody. Instead, I want to be an uplifter, not a downer. But, you know, shady characters, the best sometimes to do is to completely weed them out. You can't have a green lawn if you have weeds in that grass. You have to weed out the bad plants in between so you can have a healthy lawn. At the end of the day, agree with me or not, guess what? I'm making my money. I'm doing my thing. None of you will be able to sit in my way or stop me from going in my direction or where I'm promised to go or where my Lord is basically intending for me to go. All you can do is sit there and freaking hate about it or create content for the simple, stupid, pathetic minds that would sit there and entertain that. It's sad that that's what majority of our community is about. And if you want to say something about that, any of you, I don't care. Do I look like I care about the subs? I say, please subscribe, hit the like, more people could join. But am I going to be putting out 20 videos a day? Do I give a shit? No, I can stop this right here today, tomorrow, and it's all over with. I don't care too much. In fact, I get to keep my tonsils and voice. As you guys can see, is breaking out. The one thing for me, all my life, I've always been the person that cares about the people who are misrepresented or the people who are very bright and smart and good people, but they just don't see danger when it's right there. And I probably might see it. And for me, I go out of my way to do that stuff. Now, that gets me, as I've said before many times, in many troubles in life. And sometimes it gets me in very good places. My mom my mother tells me that, hey, you're the kind of person who whatever is with you does not really belong to you. And the meaning of that is whatever I have, many people would have things and would love to sit on these things and keep these things and be like, no, I'm not sharing this with anybody and all this stuff. And for me, more people benefit out of me than I benefit out of myself even more. And this is just truth, the reality in life. I swear, this is all my life has been like this. And that's the kind of individual I am. Like, I get my pleasure out of seeing people getting pleased. That's the kind of individual. Maybe a little too much info for all of you, but I've always been unfiltered with all of you guys. The family knows everything about me. And again, anybody wants to come and make fun or say anything, you say anything about these brothers of mine, Mike owning the float, Frankie Muhammad, Mike the Marine, even also who else? Donnie Hugh George, CSI. Each person have their downs and they have their ups. And of course, I'll include myself in this case. Pantheon, any of these people that I can vouch for personally, and then you come and speak ill of them in any way without any grounds, then you could easily expose yourself to me, getting to you. Now, I'm not going to go no hit him up Tupac style and and talk all that stuff, but I will take you to the floor that you're supposed to be in. We're all supposed to be in the domain of trading and the markets. That's where I will take you. I'll take you to the market. And if you really truly know how to trade and everything, then we can go ahead and look. We can open up challenges. I'm opening up a challenge for everybody. Let's do portfolio challenges. For some of you who don't have that talk and back up the money with your talk, then you can do a paper challenge. It's fine. I'll do it with real money and you do it with a paper account. We'll see who does better, and we'll see who explains better. And this is my way of putting on more pressure on my fellow content creators so that they can give more to their community. If you're sticking to teaching people from the book, by the book, what the book says, stay to that. Don't shit on people who trades. Don't shit on the people in the battleground. Don't shit on people who are in the battlefield. Don't speak about being in the battlefield and act like you're in the battlefield of trading every day. This is our battlefield, by the way. I know it's corny and all, but trading is our battlefield. Don't be a by the book, from the book, to the book, everything by the book in mindset, and speak like you have done. You can do this and you can do this. Because if that's the case, then we could take you to the field and see what you can do. To any of you out there. All right, we got a lot more than we intended to get out. As you guys can see, SPY did hit 452.09. Let this stream be yet another receipt to anybody out there that doubts not just technicals. Well, AB's technicals first, but then second, technicals in general. When people say technicals and indicators don't work, stuff like that, then I will use this phrase next correctly. Eat crow. Oh man. Tesla is, oh man, look, 263. So it successfully did cover that final gap that I was telling you guys about. Look at it. It's at that resistance right there. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting day of consolidation and perhaps a little more red in the markets. We'll see what it gives us to start off the next week. I think the trend begins in filling up, most of rebounding. And trust me, I know like 2 months ago, this happened when most people were calling the SPYs dumping, the S&P, the market is crashing and all this stuff. And I was the only person around telling everybody it's going to move up to the all-time highs. And I had a lot of shills come in, people who don't know shit about the market come and talk to me and say, hey, you don't know what are you talking about, the market is going to pump and it's dump and all this stuff and everything. And I was like, you don't know what you're talking about, it's fine, but I'm not going to fight you on with your brain. So therefore I'll just let my words come to fruition, and then you can either own up to it as a man and come back and say, you know what, you did call it. Or since you're not one, you could just keep your mouth shut and keep it moving. Because most of these shows, they come, they try to show, and then they keep it pushing. They're like, oh shit, this guy does his shit. Like wherever domain we're used to is not particularly this accurate most of the time. So this is not an easy prey right here. We don't want to become the prey. We want to constantly go after people and viciously go after people. Unfortunately, that's what they do. And that's what our community people are becoming, entertaining the bad players and the terrible people who are making a living by basically making content of degrading people. What a clown. Okay, so with that being said, let's see here. Let me read these last thing. I know I went on a bar for a little while. Pabloco. Oh, thank you, Alice. Congratulations to the whole family, honestly. Thank you so much. Pabloco, yes, I love the fact that you're getting the bag. You're the GOAT, brother. I'm just another person. I had calls this mornings and puts after that on SPY, and then haven't done anything since, looking for a trade going into power hour. Or I may just stay out. Well, Sunshine, JV365, hopefully you had good gains or massive gains. So And hopefully you did, or you are going to find something in this power hour. Let's see. Pablo, I want a slice of their pie. Alice, exactly why I'm learning from you. You're a good man, AB. Well, you humble me and you're making me shy now, so I'll look away and read the next one. That's why I've been here, brother. Only channel I've learned anything. Wow. This, see, you guys are going to try to make the tears come out of my eyes. I'm trying to keep them down my heart now, inside. So instead of you guys seeing it on the live stream. Thank you, sir. It's all about this. That's what I wanted. Like, this is exactly what I'm doing all of this for. Thank you, sir. You're even a better man, Mr. McCowan. Thank you for the nice words and the kind gestures. David Stevens, there's David Stevens. Reminds me of the KC community. Yeah. Again, I can't speak ill. I haven't been talked about, like, you know, in crap. With Casey, I've met him through Pantheon. Seemed like a great guy. He did come one time when I posted about the no vote theory, and he came on one of my videos and took it up on himself to actually comment and put out saying that how I'm wrong I am and all that stuff. So I kind of didn't like that invasive style. But again, who knows? He never capitalized on it after and started calling me names and any of that stuff, because if that's what they are, again, I don't think he's that aggressive, but I know what's in people's hearts. And again, sometimes I can't read their heart, but I can feel the energy in it. Again, I have nothing but to say, but hopefully I got exposed to only one terrible incident with him. It wasn't that terrible. It was just that he was speaking his opinion on my video. Again, it's freedom. I'm not gonna go on a tirade of calling him names and all that stuff because he doesn't agree with me. We left it alone. As far as I know, hey, if I ever see the guy, we'll drink a cappuccino together. Or a latte. We might do a barbecue. You know, he's good friends with my good friend Pantheon, so who knows? We might all do a barbecue when this thing molasses. What do you think, Pantheon? You hear this? Sunshine, very true. Our community has become very divided. Okay, I'm holding my shares on principle, not at all. How are you usually trade? I'm sick of AMC. I'm ready to be done with it. I can't believe somebody that he threatened to shoot you, Pablo Loco. With his record, I don't think he's allowed to have a passport to go across state lines, can he? To Canada? Oh man. Thank you, David Stevens. Appreciate it, brother. It's all about your guys' support. Thank you so much, and us all learning and growing together. This YouTube has given me some of them. This YouTube has given some of them a glance at a successful life. This is all they have. Again, listen. I would love for even of the greatest of my haters to make it, to achieve their dreams. Maybe perhaps by doing so, that can kill all the hatred and the negativity that's in them and develop them as humans and make them fully developed up here and perhaps become better humans in life. Because it's not just about my experience. Somebody could wrong me, but them wronging me could be the reason why they did good by somebody else. It's all about the experiences in life. And I'm not going to count anybody ever out or cancel anybody out, because the door will always be open for repentance. If God, the most merciful, the greatest, and I'm just a mere simple human, equivalent to an ant, not a creator, even his majesty keeps his door open for repentance and forgiveness. Who am I to not do the same? You see what I'm saying? So I hope for the best out of them. I'm also only human, so I can make mistakes. I might have, barbed off a little bit today, but it was merely my inside being mad for my brothers when I see wrong happening, and the community is like kind of like a gladiator ring, that is encouraging people fighting to the death. They're killing each other while the act itself is wrong. We're supposed to be together against the system, not against each other. It doesn't matter what side is right. At the end of the day, we're in the same freaking boat. So unless you get along with each other, then that boat is going to sink with both of us on it. You're welcome, Sunshine. DB Taveras won. Hey, my friend, speak the truth, my man. Well, I appreciate it. It's only you and people like you that actually can verify that it is that such. I'm not going to say that I am speaking the truth. I'll leave that to everybody else to basically say what they say about it. I say what I say, and you do what you can do about it. Sounds like Lil Wayne, didn't it? Yeah, I just stole a Lil Wayne verse. Thank you, DB Taveras, brother. Alice. I might just have to learn the minimum money I can start to do what you do. You are teaching me. I am so grateful. Thank you. Well, thank you even more, Alice. You are the best. And so every single one of you guys. And now enjoy the power hour. My people, is exactly 3 o'clock. The price is at 452.54. It is consolidating, like I told you, within this range. It tested this and consolidating, and it's leaving this resistance for now, as I leave you into going into power hour, to be the battle for tomorrow. So what will be tomorrow's battle when we come on the stream? Have your battle boots on. Will the Bulls regain the ground, or will the Bears gain their massive break, or have that fight at 52.09 and break right back under it? Or will the Bulls reclaim 52.82? Perhaps try to go back to the $53 and $54 range. We will see that tomorrow. I will be tuned with you guys. Thank you so much all for attending and being such the best community the whole wide world has to offer. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all of you, and thank you. And if I offended anyone, I apologize indirectly, of course, because I never directly try to hurt anyone. So indirectly, if I hurt anyone, I apologize from the bottom of my heart. Please forgive me. If I haven't, and you enjoyed what you have viewed today or what you have learned today, please, all I ask, pray for me. I need it. I'm not a perfect man. God, I've done bad things in life. I continue to do bad things in life. And maybe your prayers could be the difference maker, because at the end of the day, it's all about the after for me, the afterlife, not in this one. All we could do is have fun and try to live within the boundaries that he gives us in this test of this life. Much love to all of you guys. Have a great night, great evening. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, and may the best come to this community. Hopefully we squeeze tomorrow. Moaz tomorrow. Much love, AV Investments.